Be sure to wave at the spotters park off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now.
All right, we'll give them a good wave.
Fly Bravo heading, clear for takeoff.
Go ahead, clear for takeoff, watch your right.
The Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota come calling for live plane spotting at one of the busiest international airports in the United States, home to the second busiest Delta hub, the main operating base of Sun Country Airlines, and home to one of the best spotting facilities this country has to offer, AvGeeks. And it is an incredible Monday afternoon out here at the aircraft viewing area, the official MSP aircraft viewing area, always a favorite hangout spot for aviation enthusiasts and the general public. And we welcome you to our show on this magnificent Monday afternoon for all the live aviation action from Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota. It's going to be a busy Monday, and we can't wait to bring it all to you live. We've got a lot more A350 action that recently started here at MSP Airport. Delta is bringing more 350s. They're putting them on more routes. We'll see that today. And we have some really nice lighting and weather conditions out here to end the month of March. And as we look to march forward through spring, however, there is going to be an April Fool's twist. They're expecting a lot of slush tomorrow, but we're going to enjoy the nice weather today. I'll tell you what, you picked a good day to tune in to our show. And if you're just joining us, my name's Alex. I'll be walking you through the action here today from the heart of the aviation scene in the North Star State up in Minnesota. It's a really great day, as I've already mentioned. Right now, temperatures peaking just above 40 degrees Fahrenheit. That's 5 degrees Celsius. As we continue to get our show started.
Charlie Foxtrot, India Romeo Tango. 2 left turns, enable, taxi Whiskey and Whiskey 6, monitor ground point 9.
And hello, everybody. I'm Alex. Welcome to the broadcast booth here at the viewing area. It's days like this that we really start to cherish as the weather warms up. And I'll tell you what, you couldn't ask for a better Monday if you were to come out here and do some spotting. And, well, as we'll take a look at the arrival and departure board, speaking of which, we got a lot of action here today. We've got A350s on 2 additional services.
I want you on Whiskey first. Charlie Foxtrot, India
Or
Romeo
on
Tango, left turn there, Delta.
2
left
routes
turn
that
on
didn't
Whiskey,
see it.
Whiskey and Whiskey 6.
So we're
Monitor
excited
ground
to
1,
have the
1.9.
early Amsterdam flights be populated with the 350-900, as well as our flights to and from Tokyo, Japan. So we'll take a look at that here with our notable arrivals and departures presented in part by our friends over at Jet Set Shirts. We'll take a look at the arrivals first. Now, in addition to getting some additional A350 action that we're typically used to seeing and have seen for the past couple of years, we're getting a delivery flight today from Reykjavik. It departed Hamburg, is going to do a little layover in Reykjavik, and they are on their way. The newest Delta A321neo in the fleet. Flight 9937 will be arriving closer to the top of the hour. Delta 9 is the new route number, the new flight number from London Heathrow to Minneapolis with the A330-900neo. You'll see that arrive during the 3 o'clock hour as well. They got a good headwind. So that flight used to be Delta 11 Heavy that arrived during the lunch hour. We've also got Delta 2825 coming in from Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson with a 767-300ER, an equipment upgrade due in around 3:40 p.m. Central Standard Time. We've got Delta 170 Heavy with the A350-900 flagship from Seoul, South Korea. Expected to arrive around the 5 o'clock hour. And just past the 5 o'clock hour, Delta 165 with an A330-300 from AMS will be scooting in. Also, Iceland Air arrives today. That'll round out our notable arrivals. Iceland Air bringing the 737 MAX 8 around 6:20 p.m. Central Standard Time. Now we're going to take a look at our notable departures. We've got 30 ups today, and we're in a bit of a mixed flow at the moment, so we'll see how the traffic pattern shapes up throughout the broadcast. One thing I will say, regardless of traffic flow, when they're preferably on the 30 heading, whether mixed or not, those heavies will be departing off runway 30 left. That'll be in front of us. We've got Delta 152 Heavy off to Paris, Charles de Gaulle, the A330-300. Delta 160 Heavy, that equipment upgrade that's here to stay with the A350-900. I got to get used to it. I almost said A330. That's how long the A330 has been on that Amsterdam route. Long enough to where I almost... Anyway, we've got Delta 1028, that 767-300ER that will be going back out to Atlanta around 4:55 p.m. And then we've got the WSU, the Washington State University, Go Cougs, special livery E175LR, making its way in from Portland, Oregon, around 6:12 p.m. Central Standard Time. But Alex, you missed one. We're going to go back to the top of the list. Just saw this one arrive before we went live to air. One of the United Star Alliance livery 737-800s will be on its way out to Chicago O'Hare at around 3:22 p.m. And that's a quick look at our notable arrivals and departures, presented in part by our wonderful friends over at Jet Set Shirts.
76917, taxi expect, cross runway 22, Mike, hold short of runway 30 left, follow the RJ.
17 left, back, cross 22, Mike, hold short 30 left, follow the RJ, back 26.
They're moving now.
So as I mentioned previously, we are currently in what's known as a mixed flow. So this is the northwest traffic flow, but we're a little bit mixed today. If the sustained winds are under 10 knots, so if they're more light and variable, they will go into this configuration, which it makes it a lot easier to spread the traffic out. Flights can leave closer to their scheduled departure and or right on time. It's a lot easier for air traffic control to manage in this configuration. But anything 10 knots and above, that's sustained with our wind speed. And right now the wind's picking up a little bit more, so they will close runway 17, which is on the more towards the left side of your screen. They will remain on the 30s. As you can see here with our info bar, 300 at 9 knots. It's pretty close to that threshold, but of course, we shall see.
Ground Delta 833 of Zulu and ready to taxi.
Thank you, Kit, for the confirmation. 17 close. That's what we want to hear.
30 right via Whiskey, Delta 833. I'm sorry, man. Runway 30 left, taxi via Whiskey.
Todd Peterson, thank you so much for tuning in today. Hope to see some pencils. Me too. We will see some pencils today.
Actually, stay with me just for a minute.
And of course, Todd also saying, good afternoon, Alex. Hey, good afternoon to you, Todd. Looks like a beautiful day in the Twin Cities. It is. It really is nice.
On an Embraer, wind estimated 3107, runway 30 right, put
26.7. 167, United 576, monitor tower 26.7.
16.7,
Monitor 0.9 on the way.
Alright, right turn runway 4 Alpha, we'll just monitor 0.9 on the way, Delta 163 Heavy, good day.
So 163 Heavy sneaking in from Amsterdam Schiphol. We'll catch that here in just a second. Just got to make sure that all systems are a go.
2222 Minneapolis Tower, if you're up at Mike, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey, traffic hold in position.
Mike, cross 30 left and join Whiskey, American 2222.
Now, MSP has quite a few services to and from AMS.
Mike on 30 left.
Only the early Amsterdam departure and arrivals will have the A350-900 equipment, and all the others will have the A330s.
United 576 Minneapolis, starting, keep it moving at Mike, cross 30 left, join Whiskey, traffic will hold in position.
Keep moving, Mike, cross 3 left, Whiskey, United 576.
719, Papa 8, and then join Delta into the alley, monitor point 9, we'll see you.
So we've got quite the lineup here, getting out of MSP, taxiing to the departure runway assigned to them by air traffic control. In front, leading the way, American Airlines 2222 off to Charlotte Douglas with a 737-800. Now, these might be going to 17 for departure. Yeah, and they will be. Usually if they're coming this way on taxiway Mike, you can pretty much expect a departure on 17.
Shed 1547 Maps Tower, you want to keep it going, traffic still 50. Shed 1547, wind variable at 4.
Taking up the rear of this trio of jets headed out to 17 for departure, United Flight 576. Off to Chicago O'Hare with an Airbus A320.
That's at 833 Minneapolis. Are you guys all set at the end? That's at 833, wind variable at 4, fly heading 300, runway 30 left.
And of course, this would not be plane spotting at a major metropolitan Midwest airport without the sight of these guys. The CRJ 900 LR. This is Endeavor 5238 off to Sioux Falls, South Dakota.
2222.
Also making its way over to 17 for departure. Swing back over and grab our United flight outbound to Chicago O'Hare with the A320. It's in the striking Evo blue livery. This is United's current paint scheme. There's a refresh in the Continental merger color scheme that I particularly don't like, but I don't dislike either.
That's 5 push through 38. That's 2555.
Alright, after Spirit Canada,
Departing north side on runway 30 right off to YEG. It's WestJet flight 1547 to Edmonton.
Heading 33, heading 300, contact departure, stand.
Heading 300, over departure, good day, exit to 833.
7607 Maps Tower, if you're all set, your number next, Americans wait. 8607, wind calm, all the turn off the end.
And a BizJet departure sneaking off on runway 30 left. They came from Signature Flights Support Services, which has their own private terminal. Adjacent to Terminal 2 here at MSP, you can pretty much expect all the BizJets and the smaller jet sports charters. Even the mid-size, narrow-body sports charters on the 737, A320 series, or 757s will all make their way over to Signature. It's the wide-bodies that will either use the Terminal 2 Humphrey remote pad, which is on the southwest side of Terminal 2, or they will go to F gates over at T1.
$55.93, turn left at Mike, which gate? 5593, taxi Mike, Mike 6, cross 22, and then Delta, monitor point 9 all the way, we'll see.
Tower Delta 9 Heavy, looking 30.
Tower 9 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind estimated 2804 and 30 left, clear to land, which gate?
Clear land 30 left, we're going to Zone 6.
monitor that.
.655.93, where are you parking again?
.5593, just monitor .9 the rest of the way. 2222, wind estimated 30.
Thanks for the update, RJ.
Our
Friend RJ Bean might swing by and co-host the show. Always love having her on. There's a lot of great stories. Also, this past Sunday, in fact, yesterday, KLM had started service to Minneapolis-St. Paul for 2025. They brought in the 787-10. The big Dreamliner was the assigned equipment on KLM 655 Heavy that arrived in some pretty miserable conditions here across the metro area. It was raining, and then it was sleeting, and then it was snowing yesterday. We got a whole mix of stuff.
Number 5238, I'll have another turn, wind estimated 3005, turn right heading 180 for now. Runway 17, clear for takeoff. United 576, runway 17, line up and away.
Wait, 17, United 576.
American 2222, contact departure.
Departure today, American 2222.
Airwings 820, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Spirit 820. Hey, good afternoon, everybody. Captain Erickson up in the flight deck. It's First Officer Chad with you. Flight attendants, we've got Silas, Amy, John, and Mel. Thanks for flying with us on American 362 service to Dallas. We're scheduled for 2 hours and 4 minutes en route. The good news is that weather is all moved east of us. We expect a smooth ride today. Just a reminder, if you are seated, please keep your seatbelt fastened in case we do hit unexpected turbulence. Thanks again for flying with us and appreciate your patience today as we work through a small maintenance issue. I'll talk to you more in the air. Thanks again.
That was beautiful.
5238, turn right heading 230, this frequency. 576, wind estimated 300.
That's happened before on frequency. That was on ground frequency, 121.9 or here at MSP. Well done with the welcome announcements. Well, I'll tell you, you come out here and sometimes it might seem like, nothing interesting's going to happen today, and then something like that happens, and you're like, what? Wow.
Quality 910, Minneapolis Tower. Christian Quality 1910, Minneapolis Tower. Runway 30 left, line up away.
395, runway 30 left, taxi via Delta Whiskey. Delta Whiskey 30 left, contact 395.
United 576, contact departure on the 180 heading, good day.
Have a nice day, United 576.
Runway 17.
Ground 49.
Ground point 9, Delta 9. Matter heavy.
Delta 9 from London Heathrow with the A330-900 Neo exiting runway 30 left.
Wait for Alaska to leave the alleyway, then push approved for runway 17, Delta 2971.
23 at Minneapolis ground for CZ at Delta.
Delta to the gate, 23.
Delta 9 vacating at Mike, Golf 6.
Delta.
Cody 1910, wind is 290 at 10, gust to 15, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, cleared for takeoff.
Alaska 555, runway 30 right, taxi at Delta Papa, monitor ground on point 8.
No, monitor ground point 8, 30 right, Delta Papa, Alaska, 555.
Delta 2249, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Delta 2249.
Delta 753, Minneapolis ground, wait for your company under tow to pass yourself, then push approved, runway 17.
Was not.
Delta 753.
753, go ahead.
Delta 753, wait for company under tow to pass yourself, then push approved.
Wait for company, then push approved. Colony 1910, turn right heading 360 northbound to contact departure.
Right turn 360 and over to departure, Colony 1910.
All right, let's get back to some of your comments here on the live broadcast. Want to celebrate a membership anniversary with a huge MSP Airport Line superfan, Elias Lund. Thank you for being an MSP Airport Live member for 2 months. Amazing stream. So glad to call this our home airport with a great host. Well, thank you so much, Elias. Happy to host a stream with a incredible channel supporter. We're only as good as the support we receive, and we receive some fantastic support from all of you who watch us live and tune in. Makes me very happy. Captain Shark says hello from drizzly San Diego. Well, hopefully we can send a little bit better weather your way. Thanks for tuning into our live broadcast. Also, folks, coming up right around the corner now, KLM has started their year-round service to MSP. It's now, it was also said that right after they announced the comeback of year-round service to MSP, KLM is supposedly pulling out. I don't know how that will really play out in the end. Regardless of whether they're back here in 2025, year-round or seasonal, we are super happy to have them back as always. It's been a very important connection for MSP airline services, that link from KLM out to AMS and back. Could be traced back all the way to the days of Northwest. In fact, KLM and Northwest, their airline partnership was the first airline alliance or any such concept of it in the world when it was announced. So the whole airline alliance thing, you can pretty much thank KLM and Northwest for kindling that and essentially making that a trend, which has led to incredible connections benefits for so many travelers.
753, runway 17, taxi.
Sparked an industry powerhouse, if you will, with these code-sharing and alliance programs that many of the major full-service carriers are involved in.
126.7.
You got it, Bonner Tower 20.
It's hard to find a major airline that's not an alliance member. It's an incredible piece of history, if you ask me. And you can find out about that Northwest KLM partnership and so many of the other great historical information available courtesy of our friends over at the Northwest Airlines History Center.
2249 Minneapolis, start Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, join whiskey, you'll have more on the other side. Join whiskey, out there, 2249.
Sun Country 395 outbound to SFO, sneaking off on runway 30 left.
Let's go 555 Minneapolis Tower. Wind is 320 at 9er. Fly runway heading, runway 30 right. Clear for takeoff. Country 395, contact departure. Good day. Country 395, looking at departure. Fair Wednesday 20 Minneapolis Tower, taxiway Mike, cross runway 30 left, and join whiskey on the other side.
Crossing 30 left on Mike and joining whiskey, Spirit 820.
And that is that flight in view. Spirit Wings 820 off to Orlando.
Charlie, hold short of 30 left, Delta 2971.
And it's with the Neo as well, an A320 Neo with the
Good afternoon, wind is 310.
cockpit windshield eyeliner.
30 left, good
there's Nancy, good about.
Delta 2249 on whiskey, cross runway 4.
On whiskey, cross 4, Delta 2249.
Ghost 4243 Minneapolis Tower, wind 310 at 10, runway 30 right, clear to land. Spirit Wings 820 for that slow time. If able, keep that taxi speed up. We'll get you pretty much should be number 1 at the end. Altimeter, correction, new squawk was 3606, 3606.
3606, Spirit 820.
Alaska Flight 555 departing the North Parallel with a 737 MAX 9 off to Seattle, Tacoma.
310 at 10, 30 left, clear to land.
There's our Spirit Wings flight off to Orlando, Florida.
Alaska 555, contact departure. Good day.
Delta 2249, an outbound service to Las Vegas, Nevada is coming our way on taxiway whiskey with an A321-200.
4971, monitor tower on 126.7.
126.7, Delta 2971.
Spirit Wings 820, wind 310 at 10, fly heading 180. Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
188 heading, 17 clear for takeoff, Spirit Wing 820.
Minneapolis Tower, company on a 2-mile final, wind 310 at 10, runway 30 right, clear to land.
So we'll see if the wind continues to pick up the sustained wind speed. If that's the case, then departures and arrivals will open up on 30 left and 30 right more so. At 17, the north-south runway on the west side of the airport will close. I'm not holding my breath, but it certainly could happen.
Go Country 573, Minneapolis Star, runway 17, line up away.
Here's Mesa Airlines operating for United Express from Houston Intercontinental.
Tower, Skywest 3646, visual
2971, Minneapolis Star, traffic 2.5 out on Charlie Cross, runway 30 left on Whiskey Cross, runway 4. 2971.
Sorry, go ahead for Delta 2971.
2971, hold short of runway 30 left now.
Hold short of 30 left, Delta 2971. Sorry.
Shuttle 6075, contact ground point 9.
Point 9. Air Shuttle 6075 just got off at Mike Echo 5.
Air Shuttle 6075, Minneapolis ground, taxi straight ahead on Mike, and then Mike 6, hold short of runway 4, your gate is blocked by a pushback.
Oh, Mike 6 holds short of the runway, and we wait on you.
Roger. How you doing today?
I love
Doing
that.
good. Glad to be here, even though we just turned around and leave back out.
Yeah, and you missed all the snow.
That's amazing.
And Delta 2821, are we ready for taxi?
Delta 2821, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of runway 30 left.
Delta 2821, runway 17, taxi via Charlie, hold short runway, again, hold short where?
Delta 2821, hold short of runway 30 left at Charlie.
Hold short runway 30 left at Charlie, Delta 2821.
Shuttle 6065 at Mike 6, cross runway 4, but hold short of Charlie now.
All right, we cleared to cross the runway at Mike 6, and we're holding short of Charlie, Air Shuttle 675.
Delta 2114 back.
Delta 2114, runway 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left, yeah, Alpha, Delta 2114. Country 1914.
Delta 2971, traffic on a 3-mile funnel on Charlie Cross, runway 30 left on Whiskey Cross, runway 4.
Charlie, cross 30 left on Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2971. Tower's going to be 30, 39, visual, 0 left.
Sun Country 3039, Minneapolis Star, wind 3006, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Clear land, 30 left.
Landing purposes for Delta 2963, it'll be after traffic on a 4-mile funnel.
Continue into the alley behind the 717. They're going to make a left turn.
They're hauling to the gate.
We going in.
Holy smokes.
Go, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
I was going to ask if
Wind 280.
one or both of the pilots aboard the flight deck of that Sun Country arrival from St. Pete was,
Thank you.
or if they worked for Southwest at one point in their career.
First funnel, 30 right.
It's a running joke in the
6.7, yeah.
aviation enthusiast community about how Southwest loves to floor it when they're taxiing to and from a gate faster than everybody else.
Airwing 609, Minneapolis Star, traffic on a 4-mile funnel, wind is 2805.
Traversing taxiway whiskey at a much more reasonable pace.
Delta 1630, Minneapolis Tower, amend the route.
Is
turn
this
right on
Delta
Alpha,
A220-100?
Alpha 10, hold short of runway 30 left.
It's outbound to Dallas, Fort Worth International.
3686, try to pop contact ground point 8.
Get quite a few A220s on the Minneapolis to Dallas service.
Country 385, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved 17, Country 3.
Delta 2249, turn right heading 230, contact departure. Go 3646, contact ground point 9.
Point 9, go 3646.
SkyWest 3646 with an Embraer 175LR exiting runway 30 left.
Delta 3646, Minneapolis ground.
Flight
taxi
from
via
Chicago
Delta
Midway.
and
We've got
Alpha
Delta
to
2114
correction point 8.
going to depart pretty shortly off to LAX.
Traffic traffic on a 4 mile funnel, wind 3208.
737 900 ER. All right, we got our first Smurf jet of the broadcast. This is a Sun Country Airlines Prime Air 737 Boeing converted freighter from AFW.
4.5 mile funnel, traffic will hold the position.
Clear land 30 left, Sun Country 3050.
2155, 2 left turns, auto layoff, contact ground on point 8. 2963, wind is 3208, traffic approaching a 2 mile funnel, wind is 3309, or flight runway heading, runway 30 right. Clear for takeoff. 1630, Chris, Delta 2821 on taxiway Charlie, cross runway 30 left on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Alright, runway, cross runway 30 left at Charlie, Delta 2821.
Delta 1630, left turn off the 10, cross runway 30 left on Whiskey.
Cross 30 left turn, Whiskey, Delta 1630.
All right, we're going to get our first taxi on taxiway Mike.
November, full runway 17.
When it passes by us, it'll be 300 feet away.
Delta 2971, ready 17, line of void.
17, line and way, Delta 2971.
Delta 2821 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
On Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2821.
Guys, 4270 Minneapolis, traffic 4.5 up, and 30 right, line up point. Delta 2963, good roll, turn right, heading 360, contact departure. 2971, wind 340 at 10, fly heading 180.
Right, we've got a 717 making its way out to runway 17 for departure. We see these everywhere here.
Go 3942, make 2 left turns, contact.
Love seeing them. Delta and Hawaiian are the only major U.S. operators of the Boeing 717.
Scott 4270, wind 340 at 10, flight runway heading ready 30 right, clear for takeoff. 1630, runway 17, line of void. 4847 Minneapolis, start traffic 2 mile final, traffic may hold in position, wind is 3309, runway 30 right, quit land. Runway 609, turn right on Mike and contact ground point 9, 0 left.
Right on Mike, ground point 4.
Okay, this is 96 Minneapolis, heavy Minneapolis, start traffic on a 2 mile final, traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left, quit land.
Say again for Kansas 96 heavy.
Kansas 96 heavy, runway 30 left, quit land, traffic will hold in position.
Clearly, Kansas 96 heavy.
Mike, Quebec, cross 4, line of ground point 80 away. Ground Country 35 ready.
Next up for arrival on runway 30 left, Sun Country 3058 from Cincinnati. It's another Prime Air 737 Boeing converted freighter.
On a new 8 Sun Country 35.
So depending on how far they roll,
17, clear for takeoff.
after they touch down on runway 30 left here in just a minute, see if we'll get our second Mike taxi of the day.
Departure.
Heading 230 to departure, Delta 2971.
Delta 2114, Minneapolis Tower, traffic on about a 7 mile funnel, the heavy 767, just a short delay in position for spacing, runway 30 left, line of void. Delta 2821, Minneapolis Tower, 17, line up away, traffic will cross downfield.
Is that for 2021?
Delta 2821, affirmative, for 17, line up away, traffic will cross.
2021, runway 17, right now.
You got 4262, contact
Got
ground
to step off the ladder and
Sun Country 3039, traffic
tend to
going
a couple
into
things
position,
here.
November, cross runway 17, taxi via Lima.
Our internet is starting to act up again, very
Sun Country
suspiciously.
3058, turn left on Mike, I'll have more for you in a bit.
Left at Mike, Sun Country 3058.
Okay, it looks like it's a little more stable now. Again, we'll certainly keep an eye on it.
Delta 1630, turn right, heading 230 in contact departure. Delta 2114, wind is variable at 5. For now, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 2114.
Sun Country 3058, taxi via Mike, Sierra November, hold short of runway 17.
Mike Sierra November, hold short of 17, Sun Country 3058.
Delta 2821, wind variable at 5, fly heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Heading 10, runway 17, clear for takeoff, Delta 2114.
Guys, 4071 Minneapolis, turning 30 right, line up Boeing.
All right, here we go. Here's our flight to LAX.
Hi.
Departing off 30 left.
American 362 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, American 362.
4847, contact ground point 8, good day. 4071, wind variable at 4, turn right, heading 320, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. 2821, heading 180, contact departure.
OT departure, heading 180, Delta 2021.
Delta 2114.
Got a heavy arrival.
220, contact departure.
220 to departure, Delta 2114.
It's on runway 30 left.
Ground push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, 17, Delta.
Oh, look at this.
Bit of parking.
November Lima, depart, cleared across 17, Sun Country 3058, thanks.
Skywest 182 Juliet, Minneapolis Tower, wind variable at 4, turn right, heading 340, runway 30 right, clear for takeoff. Kansas 96, we're heavy, where are you parking today?
612, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold shorter, runway 30 left.
Full ground point 9er, we're exiting Alpha 8.
Sky 4071, contact departure, good day. Sun Country 385, Minneapolis Tower, wind is variable at 4, fly heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Left at Alpha 8, taxi to reserve ramp.
Kansas 96 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Mike. Okay, let's go Alpha Mike, hold short of Mike 6.
Alpha Mike, hold short of Mike 6.
Kansas 9 or 6, can you use your call sign?
Kansas 96. Minneapolis Tower, Sun Country 548 on the visual, runway 30 left, looking into an auto lane.
Sun Country 548, Minneapolis Tower.
How's this for a Monday
area,
surprise?
stand by. And Charlie Foxtrot, India Romeo Tango, Minneapolis Tower, hold short of Whiskey 3 for me. Sun Country 548, critical area will be protected, the wind estimated at 2707, ready 30 left, good land.
30 left, clear to land, Sun Country 548.
And then monitor tower on 126.7.
Tech departure, good day. Charlie Foxtrot, India Romeo Tango, Minneapolis Tower,
I'm sure many of you are with me on this, but I did not have the KC-46 on my bingo card for spotting this afternoon at
And then
MSP.
cut through the pad, join Papa, and then I'll have more for you.
Left turn on hotel, cut through the pad.
Exquisite catch to start the week.
Number 4882, give way to the heavy ahead. They'll be using hotel from your left to right there.
Give way to the heavy ahead so they can use touchdown there, 4882.
385, contact departure, good day.
So make that next left turn at hotel. The next left turn. Hotel.
Niner 6.
On the 906, so taxi straight ahead, join Papa, and then at Papa 10, hold shorter runway 30 right.
Straight ahead, Papa 10, hold short, Kansas Niner 6.
Hold shorter runway 30 right.
Papa 10, hold short.
Good afternoon, Chris. Thank you for tuning in.
Kansas Niner 6, thank you. Monitor tower 123.95.
Monitor tower 123.95, Kansas Niner 6.
The Suburban Spotter, afternoon to you as well.
548, just use
Thank you for
caution.
tuning in
There's a
today.
citation that was told to stop in the critical area, but they kept on going through on whiskey, so it's not protected anymore.
Alright, we'll keep an eye on that. Like a 3548.
Delta Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short of 30 left for American 362 for runway 17.
Delta 2612, monitor tower on 126.7.
Monitor 26.7, Delta 2612.
Ground Delta 1036, taxi.
Stop now, just short of the critical area, so you should be okay. Sun Country 548.
Thank you.
5, hold shorter runway 30 left.
31 Minneapolis tower, wind is estimated 280 at 7, turn right, heading 330, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff.
Cross runway 4. New wheels up time is 2045.
045 for the EDIC and runway 170.
I know you folks are loving that KC-46. Was not expecting to see the Pegasus on our bingo card today, but
turn right on Alpha to Alpha 10, hold short of runway 30 left.
excited to catch it nonetheless.
Alpha 10 all the way at the end and hold short of 30 left, Endeavor 4882.
This airport is full of surprises. In my many years spotting here at MSP Airport, it is full of surprises. There's a lot of stuff that throughout the day, if you come out here and do some plane spotting, you're going to come away with something memorable.
Country 548, turn left and contact ground on point 9.
Left turn, ground point 9, Country 548.
Kansas 96, heavy Minneapolis turret, Papa 10, cross runway 30 right to continue via Romeo into parking. Good day.
Charlie for Hotel 7.
Sun Country 548, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie 2. Actually, pull Charlie Tango. Good day.
Charlie and Tango, Secretary 548, good day.
Sky 3731, turn right heading 360, contact departure. Good day.
Delta A320, outbound to Nashville, Tennessee.
Traffic will hold in position, runway 30 left, quit land.
30 left, third line.
Station India Romeo Tango, continue up to hold short.
Next up, we got a Delta arrival from Orlando, Florida.
Citation India Romeo Tango, traffic on a 6-mile final, traffic will cross, runway 30 left, line of point. Citation Charlie Fox India Romeo Tango, runway 30 left, line of away, traffic will cross. Affirmative, Delta 1036, Minneapolis Start Alpha 5, cross runway 30 left, join Whiskey, I'll have more.
Alpha 5, cross 30 left, join Whiskey, Delta 1036.
Delta 1208, contact ground 9.
1.92.
Endeavor 4882 at Alpha 10, cross runway 30 left, traffic in position, and continue via Whiskey.
Sure, 10 left, continue via Whiskey, Endeavor 4882.
Delta 2612, Minneapolis Start Charlie, cross runway 30 left on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Charlie cross 30 left, Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2612.
Delta 1605, Minneapolis Start traffic in position on Mike, cross runway 30 left, and join Whiskey.
Cross 30 left, join Whiskey, Delta 1605.
America 362, Minneapolis Start.
So in frame is Delta 1605, which we just heard on frequency. It's going to cross runway 30 left.
And Whiskey, cross runway 4, keep it tight with the Delta.
We'll join Whiskey to 17, departure off to St. Louis Lambert.
American ahead.
Delta 1036 on Whiskey, cross runway 4, follow the American.
Now the main cabin seats inside the 717,
Sun Country 32, Minneapolis Start. Company
they're the
head on
same
a
as inside the Airbus
4
A320 series.
30 left, clear to land.
Now the Boeing product
345,
that Delta has, the 737-800 and 900ER. Those aircraft have main cabin seats with a standard width of 17 inches, which is the Boeing standard.
Citation, Foxtrot, India, Romeo, Tango.
So despite the fact that this might be a Boeing aircraft,
runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
it has the same standard seat width as all the other Airbus planes in the Delta fleet. In fact, this aircraft was not all Boeing when it was originally designed. In fact, in the mid-90s when this aircraft was being developed, up until the merger that Boeing had with McDonnell Douglas in 1996, the aircraft started in development with McDonnell Douglas, and then after the two companies, McDonnell Douglas and Boeing, became one, Boeing continued development of the project into the 717, which we see today.
Tower Delta 2825 heavy on the visual 30 left.
Delta 2825, heavy Minneapolis.
An ex-Northwest veteran in front of us, an A320, now currently in service for Delta.
Go 3928, contact ground 1.
This is Delta 2612, off to Nashville, Tennessee. And taking up the rear behind it, it's an American 737-800 off to Dallas, Fort Worth, in charge of flight 362. And behind that, Delta 1036 off to ATL.
Citation, India, Romeo, Tango, contact departure. Sun Country 570, turn left on Charlie or the runway, contact ground 9.
Charlie 0.9, Sun Country 570.
Spirit Wing 3 star 739 Minneapolis Start, traffic 2.5 mile final, cross runway 30 left on Mike and join Whiskey.
Cross 30 left, join Whiskey, bearing 739.
Number 4882, wind 3107, for now fly heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Flight heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
This is Sun Country Flight 570 from Cancun, Mexico. The 737-800 in the Tide Pod livery.
45 on that 180 heading, contact departure.
Spirit now on the move, crossing runway 30 left.
Delta 1605.
We'll join Whiskey for runway 17, outbound to Miami, Florida. This is Spirit Wings Flight 739 with a A320-200 at the point this afternoon.
Delta 1605, wind 3206.
And here's Delta 1182 off to Tampa, Florida with an A321.
2612, Romeo 17, line up point.
Line away, Delta 2612.
Sun Country 382 now arriving on runway 30 left from Fort Myers, Southwest Florida International Airport.
Denver 4882, turn right heading 230, and on that heading, contact departure.
Right turn 230 and on the heading on the departure.
Denver 32, Minneapolis, Mike 6, cross, runway 22.
That's target, Sun Country 416, visual 30 left.
Sun Country 416, Minneapolis, tower, cautionary turbulence, heavy 767 on 2 mile final. Wind is 3207, runway 30 left, good land.
Good left, Sun Country 416.
Sun Country 382, turn left on Charlie, contact ground point 9.
And it looks like we're going to have a surprise guest, folks, in the next couple of minutes. My good friend Harrison Rademacher is going to join the show. It's a big-time MSP Avgeek, super huge face in the community. Brings a wealth of knowledge and information.
Sun Country 382, Minneapolis ground, taxi via
He's also a
Charlie,
meteorologist
Charlie
as well.
Charlie 228, Sun Country 3.
Got a heavy arrival on runway 30 left that we're going to catch here as soon as Sun Country moves out of the way.
Sun Country 57, you're waiting on Hotel 7, correct?
17 heading 1.
This is our Delta 767
62, runway 17, line at the way.
from Atlanta.
Country 570.
Delta 2732, Minneapolis tower, wind 310 at 8, turn right heading 340, runway 30 right, cleared for takeoff. The 4933, Minneapolis tower, traffic ahead's on the roll, closest traffic is still about 15 miles out, your discretion, runway 30 right, line up point. 2825 heavy, contact ground point 9.
Ground point 9, Delta 2825, heavy.
Delta 1182, Minneapolis tower, Mike cross runway 30 left to join Whiskey. Company will also be crossing behind you. I'll have further on the other side.
Mike cross 30 left, right turn Whiskey, Delta 1182.
Delta 1025, Minneapolis tower, traffic on about a 5 mile final, cross runway 30 left on Mike and join Whiskey.
Cross 30 left on Mike, join Whiskey, Delta 1025.
American 362, wind 310 at 8, fly heading 180, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Heading 180, clear for takeoff 17, American 3.
Delta 1036, runway 17, line up point.
739.
All right, so we'll catch a couple more taxis here, and then we'll get Harrison
2825, Minneapolis ground,
all
taxi
plugged in
via
here.
Kilo,
So stick around for our special guest.
Fine if you're already on it.
We're on it, 739.
Got a couple Delta Airbus A320 series aircrafts crossing runway 30 left. Ahead of a Sun Country flight arriving from Miami. It's a Delta A321 now joining taxiway at Whiskey. This is our flight outbound to Tampa, Florida, flight 1182 for Delta.
Contact departure.
And behind it, an ex-Red Tail in charge of Delta Flight 1025 out to Denver, Colorado.
Takeoff. For your floor time, turn left on Kilo 8, short of Kilo.
Kilo 8, short of Kilo, Delta 1182.
That would be a second out. I have 2 at your cell. I'll call you back.
Alright, well, first calling at 15 this one.
Go right, put left.
Also, a quick reminder, folks, Delta 160 Heavy with our A350-900
Turn right, heading 360.
has just turned its transponder on and will be departing shortly off to Amsterdam. It'll be departing 30 left and step down off the ladder. We're going to get Harrison plugged in here. It's been a long time since our friend Harrison has joined the show.
Delta 1182, Spirit ahead, no factor.
I had to come out to find out. What's the tribute stream today? I was like, all the weather's too good. Can't pass it. Oh, absolutely.
Denver 4933, runway heading, contact departure, good day.
It's like I thought I could use some extra help here.
American 362, turn right heading 230, and on that heading, contact departure.
230 on the north departure. Yeah, Southwest 27.
Southwest 1070, Minneapolis Tower, wind variable F5, 30 left, clear to land.
Just keep your left. If there's something from anything.
Runway or mic is available for Sun Country 416, turn left and contact ground point 9.
West over ground, good day, 63416.
Delta 1036 on that 180 heading, contact departure.
It's not making sure you know, it's not like taking.
Sun Country 416's on 22 for Hotel 8.
Well, hopefully.
Sun Country 416, Minneapolis on your gate, just push back. So for now, taxi via runway 22, hold short of Charlie 2.
22 short of Charlie 2, Sun Country 416.
Delta 1025, wind 310 at 6, fly runway heading, runway 17, cleared for takeoff. Delta 1025, turn right heading 230, contact departure.
All right, folks, we're back, and let's welcome in our very special guest. Harrison Rademacher joins the show. How you doing, buddy? It's been so long, almost too long.
I know, it's been quite a while since I've been back here. Good to see all of you, and hope everyone's doing well, staying warm out there. Enjoying the sunshine today, of course.
So you're a meteorologist, and I know that there is snow and sleet in the forecast. Kind of walk us through what the next 1 or 2 day outlook is going to be like in terms of weather and why it's important to get out and spot on days like this, especially in the month of March, which can be pretty bipolar when it comes to the weather.
Yeah, of course. So once we start getting the spring, of course, we start getting warmer air mixing in a little bit. So you got to be on your toes with the weather here sometimes. We just, of course, had a little bit of snow. I haven't shoveled in months, it feels like. So I was doing a little bit of shoveling for my parents back at home here. We'll get a little disturbance tomorrow. Looks like, might get some mixed precip. The further north you are, the better chance you have of seeing snow, of course. Just, take advantage of the sunshine. Hope your body gets some vitamin D. I think it's very important, especially after a long winter. Sometimes when it's pretty gray and boring.
We've had a brutal winter this year.
No doubt.
As they typically are.
runway 17, and just be advised we'll have to do a cross lead start for Sun Country 425.
Ground Southwest 470 is on Mike for gate Hotel 13.
House 470 render, taxi ahead, Mike Tango, cross runway 4.
Mike Tango, cross runway 4, Southwest 470.
Of course, we got good visibility today. Definitely 10 or more miles. Just a few cumulus out there. Otherwise, it's mostly clear. Could have asked for a nicer day. Just had the morning cloud cover we got to burn through. And then we'll probably see some clouds increase tonight with the next system coming through tomorrow.
Sorry, folks, continuing to work on some network issues here, which have been...
Looks like airport fire is leaving fire station 2. I saw an ambulance and truck going towards the terminal. To your east there, Alex. I saw a few flashing lights out there.
Thanks for the heads up.
Yep. Southwest taxiing by.
It's our third Mike taxi today.
Yeah, I got a lovely girl on Max. Or, sorry, taxiway Mike. And the Max. That came in from Nashville, Tennessee. Hopefully full of some barbecue.
3007, turn right heading 330 and a 30 right.
Apparently there's a nice viewing area over at Nashville.
I've not checked it out myself, but you know, I might be nicer in Nashville, or these people coming in from Cancun right now. Although they're probably sad they're back from Cancun, right?
Well, you know, today's not a bad day to come in. Certainly decent weather compared to where we were yesterday and where we're going to be tomorrow and on Wednesday.
Yeah, it could have been a lot worse. I saw a lot of delays leaving yesterday due to de-icing. Of course, the de-icing crew is working really hard to try to keep the operations going at MSP.
739, Sun Country ahead will be on the move. Your discretion, runway 17.
737-900 ER. Harrison, you just missed the KC-46 Pegasus that landed earlier on the broadcast.
Oh, man, those are cool.
Yeah, that was certainly one of the major things I wasn't expecting to have on my bingo card, not just today, but I think this month or this year. I'm not expecting to see one because we typically don't know when that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's really hard to know when those military activities are going to be happening. You know, sometimes we can get a slight heads up with ADSB, stuff like that, but it's really hard oftentimes to know exactly what the schedule's going to be like for those planes. But, I mean, out west, I see them all the time around Payne Field being built by Boeing. So there's a whole bunch of them sitting out there. You know, need to buy a tanker for some reason. There's a whole bunch sitting there. We got a CRJ going on the north side there.
Yeah, information Alpha, departure information Oscar, altimeter 3007.
Got an arrival on runway 30 left, Harrison.
739.
Oh, perfect. Yep.
Flight heading 180, runway 1.
Tampa, Sun Country 216.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff, throwing 739.
And that CRJ was heading off to Escanaba, Michigan. That's SkyWest 4239.
Secondary 425, rudder, let's take the left.
I've driven through Escanaba so many times.
I was talking to my mom the other day, and we definitely got to do a trip to the UP of Michigan, given that we spent a lot of time in the LP part.
Below the Mackinac Bridge.
Yes. I had family for the longest time in the Ypsilanti, Ann Arbor area.
You got the last two numbers transposed there. It's 3675 on the spot.
Interestingly enough, my dad's side of the family is from Ann Arbor originally, and my mom's side of the family is from Saginaw, in the Saginaw area.
Nice. Of course, sorry about Michigan State losing to Auburn. My mom was not happy about that yesterday.
In all fairness, based on how many shots we missed that we should be making, we kind of deserve to lose to Auburn. And Auburn was also the top-ranked team in the nation coming into the tournament. But Michigan State, we were behind them at number 2.
Yes. Auburn brought their A game, and, you know, a little biased being in Georgia for that game, too. They definitely got a lot of support.
Duke is just on a roll. Those Blue Devils are scary good. Also, not to mention the University of Houston. Those Cougars are on the hunt.
Yes.
That Duke and Houston game in the Final Four is going to be very fun to watch. That might be the best Final Four matchup of the whole tournament, in my opinion.
Definitely keep an eye out there. Hope everyone's brackets are doing well. I'm sure mine's been busted already. I haven't gone back and checked yet. It's a lot to keep track of.
The gate's open, Hotel 1 for Sun Country 216.
Say that one more time.
The gate is open, Hotel 1 for Sun Country 216.
216 Roger, let's make a right on Tango there, left on Charlie and Sierra to the gate. Company is going to be opposite direction there going into 4, so...
Sun Country
right there,
has a
Tango,
little bit of taxi traffic in front of it.
Charlie, Sierra to your gate.
Right turn on Tango, left turn on Charlie, then Sierra to the gate, Sun Country 216.
So we got a break in the south side arrivals departure here. We're going to have some north side departures in a little bit.
South 2658, push approved, runway...
Landing right now is Skywest 4261 from Williston.
That north side. Oh, hey, Harrison, we've got our Star Alliance 737 800 out to Chicago O'Hare now on the move.
That's a little Easter egg in the basket there.
Yeah, and keep in mind, hey, from around your neck of the woods, Harrison, we got that Washington State University Go Cougs.
Oh, yeah, that's what they like is the Cougs.
Coming in. Yeah.
I see that playing all the time out west.
They have a University of Washington special livery as well that's fun to look at.
I love the purple. Purple's a good color.
17 taxis here in Kilo.
Certainly is. And by the way, I've seen the University of Washington E175 special livery for Horizon, but I have not seen the Washington State one before.
Oh, yeah, the WSU one. Yeah, that one's kind of gold reddish, I believe. I think I got pictures of that at Painfield, actually. Funny enough. And then on the north side, watch for Air Canada. E175 actually will be next to take off to Toronto. Looks like they're starting to taxi to line up and wait right now as soon as United 732 from Denver clears. That 319 we'll see Air Canada go too. Southside arrival right now, Sun Country 344 from Orlando. That's a U of M livery talking about all the schools out there. Let's add another one locally here, right?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Mm-hmm.
It was right on cue because we were just talking about all this college athletics stuff, and here comes the special livery for Minnesota Gopher Athletics. Yeah, but Sun Country.
Can't forget about the Gophers.
Yeah,
I like Sun Country's response here.
So this livery is painted to celebrate the sponsorship Sun Country has of Minnesota Golden Gopher Athletics. And it is used in Gopher athletic charters, by the way, in addition to regular service.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're lucky, you might be able to hitch a ride on this jet.
Yeah, and Air Canada's going up on the left side too, but we'll take a look. Probably that U of M.
All right, we'll catch Air Canada departing here. We have it in frame going off on the north side. Runway 30 right.
Yep, off to Toronto there.
It'd be cool if they brought the A319 in regular service as well.
Yeah, I think, we get the charter one, right, for hockey?
Yep.
Sometimes, yeah. Last bond yesterday, I saw a 7.5 charter sitting at Signature, too. That was pretty cool.
Here's our Star Alliance 737 off to Chicago.
And then the next arrival is another United Airbus from O'Hare, United 467, 320. Now, Alex, it looked like they opened 1.7 as I was coming in. And watching that wind sock, I think the tower said variable wind. So
the winds are light and variable.
Yep. Light winds are good for you. The variable, we prefer like a 3-0 pattern right now for arrival takeoffs.
I want my crisp 10 knot or above breeze.
We get a nice shot of the United rolling by, and that's the Delta off to Portland on the north side. You hear?
71 push approved for 17. 467 turn right, Charlie. Runway 4 is fine if you need it. Cut a ground flight 9 or 30.
And it looks like Delta 160 Heavy is pushing right now. I see it. Off in the distance.
Short of Charlie 1 still on Charlie. We'll get you there when we can.
Yeah, we're short Charlie 1. Thank you. Make it 341. 344.
Otherwise, we'll get you there when we can.
Okay, no, we're short Charlie 1.
Now, here at MSP Airport Live, Harrison and I, we are beyond thrilled to see the A350-900 stuck on the early Amsterdam flights. 162 Amsterdam Schiphol from Minneapolis, St. Paul, and 161 the return from Amsterdam to the Twin Cities.
Yeah, that'll definitely help with Amsterdam being one of the biggest Europe hubs you can go through for a lot of KLM Delta connections going in and throughout Europe.
Now, we're quite similar to AMS when it comes to the value of connections that our airport can provide travelers. We're the second busiest Delta hub in the network, despite being the third largest by land area. The other Delta hub that's larger than MSP, not quite as busy but close, is Detroit Metro.
Yes, the good old DTW with the McNamara terminal being like almost a mile long. And like, that's a good walk. If you have a good layover there, get some steps in. Ride the train too, just for fun.
1182.
And that was put in by Northwest.
Yeah,
and at the time of the McNamara terminal's opening, it was the longest terminal in the world, if memory serves. But of course, that has since been surpassed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you know, I think my dad, when he was at Northwest, might have had some input for Ramperside for the construction.
Got 2 more minutes for your airborne time of 7 to 9. So just line up and wait right now, 17. News.
Alright, go ahead.
Alright, 7211, new edict. 2305, 2 hours from now.
Alright, 2305.
Under that, and let me know if you guys still want to push or what you guys want to do.
There's no chance of moving that up?
We don't have any control over that. You can call the company. They're usually better about it than we are. Otherwise, no.
I think it's
Jacksonville Center.
I see Delta 152 heavy on the flight radar as well.
We'll hold the push then.
Okay, full copy.
We'll probably get back-to-back Airbus heavies here pretty close.
Company, they might be able to work some magic.
All right.
344.
And go ahead, 344.
344, company at your gate actually just got hit with a 2-hour edict, so they are not going to push for a while. So I don't know if you guys are going to be hanging there for a bit, or if maybe you can call the company. Looks kind of slim pickings over there anyway.
Way worse news. It just got pushed back to 2243. That's an hour and 40 minutes.
377, push approved, 30 left.
Going to push 30 left off the 377.
Coming at me a couple times, so that's what we're figuring out.
If I move this way? Yeah, move left, I think, right?
United 1531, fighting 180, and variable 4 to 17, cleared for takeoff.
Ground Delta 160 head, be ready.
And welcome to the broadcast with everybody. I'm Alex, that's Harrison. Harrison, say hello.
How are you guys doing?
Well, I know I'm doing very good, Harrison. Great to have you on the show. Couple things that you enjoy always when you come out to the viewing area and do spotting here at MSP. Now, I mentioned earlier, you come out here and you're always going to have something. You're always going to see something that you might not have on your bingo card when you plan to show up here. That's it for me, right? Seeing something that is unexpected that you don't typically plan for. There's never a dull moment here. When you come out here to the viewing area, what are some of the things that always hit home for you, no matter how many times or what day you come out here? It just always hits home for you.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I love the viewing area just because it's a big park to come to. You get to meet a lot of spotters. The community here is always great, getting to chat with everyone. You know, I've been in the spotters group for number of years here, and it's always great seeing people when I'm back in town, and just that's always something to come back to every time I'm here.
So you have a real deep personal connection to aviation. Talk about that. When did you start to get into this whole aviation thing and plane spotting? When did that start?
Oh goodness! So both my parents are ex-Northwest. Specifically, my dad went the North Central Republic route into Northwest, and then my mom was an 81 hire as a flight attendant. So she's working in the air for about 15 years before going into the office. She actually just dug up some artifacts for me, and it's funny. There's like a 1998. You want to get hired at Northwest Forum? Here you go. Fill this out. I'm gonna have to screenshot that here and share it with the spotters here. A bunch of good she found. But basically, when I was a little kid, I would come with my parents to work often, specifically my mom. We would go building F. And when we were done with work, she would take me to the Post World cell phone lot. that's a parking lot that's been around for a while. That
popular
you can watch,
location.
Yep, you can watch planes from there too, but oftentimes, you get the people waiting in their cars, waiting for their loved ones to see if they arrived and they're ready to go downstairs. But I remember, early 2000s, opening the hatch of my mom's wagon, just sitting in the back of the trunk, seeing all the red tails going by, the 320s, 75s, DC-10s, 747s, you name it. I saw a lot of vintage planes not with us anymore, too, sadly. But those are good memories I had.
Yeah, Northwest had a lot of different aircraft types in their fleet, but they took care of every single jet that they had that was under their care so incredibly well. And they had an amazing support network of people and a system in place to ensure corporate and logistical success with the company and ultimately its mission. And unfortunately, 9/11 and the events of the recession in the early 2000s did the airline in. And they were going to go out of business if they didn't find a merger partner, just because of how much debt they accumulated. And you talk about the bankruptcies, and they genuinely tried. They worked their butt off to keep the company afloat as is, but it was very apparent that they needed a merger partner, and Delta was on the docket. And in 2008, Delta and Northwest merged, and at the time created the largest airline in the world.
That's right. And Delta, successful airline today, I think really Northwest was the best partner that they could have had coming out of their own bankruptcy, too. They went through a similar deal in the 2000s as well. And now they get to celebrate 100 years this year, and
they do.
They got a couple special paint planes. I'm sure we'll have a chance of seeing them here at MSP.
We will see their A321neo in the Centennial livery. I can guarantee that because of how many Neos that we see here that Delta currently has in operation, both the A330-900 Neo and the A321 Neo. Yeah, we will see it. Yep. It's just a matter of time. It's not a matter of if, but when we will get to see it.
And, Delta's reconfiguring their 350s to the standard 275 seat with extra Delta One suite. So once all those 350s have the same seating configuration, I bet you that'll increase our chances at seeing the special 350 livery.
Between the two of us, only you would know that, Harrison. And this is why I love sharing the other additional headset we have here in the broadcast booth with Harrison and having him be a part of our team at MSP Live, the people that and the amazing friends that I do the show with, for all of you. So you have that extra insight because from the source. You have source information on that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is so fascinating.
Yeah, there's a lot to keep track of with aircraft retirements coming up, new airplanes coming in. There's a lot of moving parts within airlines, and it's cool seeing all the changes and things, but also you spend a lot of time with a lot of the outgoing planes, and I know that Delta is regularly retiring some 75s and 320s right now. And a lot of those planes have been around for over 30 years, in fact. Here's a 320 here from New Orleans.
Speak of the devil, right?
Yeah. Yep, this one actually, funny enough, instead of having November Whiskey for the tail, it's November Charlie. I don't know why that 320 got that tail number, but it's 375. November Charlie, and if a few of you oldies out there remember North Central, that's their standard tail number with the DC-9 50s, including the one sitting out as a fire trainer there. That's a Series 50.
Yeah, let's go ahead and swing over and catch that because I want to show people what you're talking about, Harrison.
Yeah, absolutely. So for the longest time, Northwest, I believe, donated a Series 30 DC-9 for fire training. That thing was a big rust bucket with all the water and the ice.
Kind of looks like it at a distance.
It really
from
does.
Over here, yeah.
Can you remember when that plane was all clean, painted white? And
just imagine that, folks. Imagine that for just a second.
Yep. And now it's gotten several years of use as a fire training plane with all the de-icing, and that's the current state it's in.
Delta 160 Heavy holding short runway 30 left for departure off to Amsterdam Schiphol with our A350-900. And we've also got Delta 152 to Paris Charles de Gaulle, also on its way out, taxiing to runway 30 left for departure with our A330-300. So we got a couple of heavy departures.
Let's go. We got Delta 160 Heavy lining up right now, so it should just be a few moments. We'll bring that 350 departure to you.
All right, right turn out, Delta.
And our two heavies are not the only upcoming departures on 30 left. Delta 377 currently in frame, bound to Anchorage, Alaska with the A321neo will also be departing runway 30 left.
Quite a lot of A lot of flights here. Here goes Delta 160 Heavy.
All right, here we go.
That's 160 Heavy Night Job, turn right heading 360 and contact departure.
Right turn 360 over departure, Delta 160 Heavy. Enjoy your day.
You too, there.
Listen to the roar from the Trent XWB engines.
That had a nice growl to it.
It did. A very deep, resonant growl on that takeoff.
Hey, Alex, we got Delta's first ever A321 on very short file right now from Orlando, 301 Delta Victor.
Oh, wow.
I got a little history to tell you about 301 November Victor here, but let's watch it land here as I research, because it's named after somebody.
261, monitor West Tower, 2367. See you later. Monitor West Tower, take care.
Yes, it is. Delta 1730, turn right at 422. Where do you park?
So, what does the Delta Victor stand for in that tail number?
And we're going to,
DV is for David Verges, I believe. He was a Delta captain who was the lead line check pilot tech. I believe also flew the delivery of the first 321, if I'm not mistaken. Unfortunately, he passed away, so that airplane was re-registered from Delta November to Delta Victor in his honor. Now we're going to switch it to 152. Heavy just lined up, I believe.
4523, turn left at Delta, taxi to park. Which number?
That's off to Paris Charles de Gaulle with the A330-300.
That's right.
Come on, flight 9 in.
Does this particular aircraft have the GE CF680s or the Pratt & Whitney PW4000s?
This one's a Pratt & Whitney here, and you'll hear the difference as it's rolling right now.
It's an ex-Northwest A330-300. Holy cow, they were heavy, Harrison. They rotated super late.
I was going to say, you guys know the extra bass in those Pratt & Whitneys. Here goes the Metroliner right now. That's Bemidji Air 1023 from Thief River. The Swearigan Metroliner, a Northwest Airlink Classic. A few of them were kept around, converted into cargo planes for Bemidji Airlines. How cool is that?
Yeah, the fact that we get to see them every single day, it's a blast from the past that is still finding plenty of use in everyday cargo feeder operations. That's one of the few things, Harrison, that if you look past the last several years, kind of further back into MSP's history, one of the few things that has not changed.
Yeah, you know, it's a rolling classic going around. I don't know how many of you tuning into us right now remember the Saab 340s. That was a prop plane I'd see all the time.
All right, here's Delta 377 off to Anchorage, Alaska.
30 left Tango, Mike Whiskey, cross 4, Minty 1323.
About 3 more minutes, so we can get you going. .377, 320 heading to departure.
320 heading over to departure, good day, Delta 377.
That's impressive takeoff going all the way Anchorage there.
It is. And those 321 Neos, they have some pretty impressive performance statistics.
Yeah, the Pratt & Whitney geared turbofan engines is a game changer when it comes to the engines. I know they've had a few issues with them, but they're just going to get better and better. I don't know if you guys heard Delta 170 Heavy also fly over about the same time, but that'll be the Delta Spirit sticker coming in shortly. We got another Bemidji Air BE-99 coming out right now.
It's a Beechcraft.
Yeah. Up to Thief River, what do you know? The two thieves. Stealing all their cargo. No, just kidding. They got a nice airport, too, up there. I believe they have a school that works actually on airplanes or teaches students.
That's really fascinating.
Yeah. They have a couple of ex-Delta Northwest DC-9s up there that they use for training mechanics at that airport. If I'm not mistaken, I believe it's Thief River. Tell you what, Alex, I'm looking at T2 as well. I see a lot of construction happening there.
You are 100% correct. I'm going to swing our camera over.
Yeah, it's been a hot minute since I've been back, but with all the changes happening at MSP, it's hard to keep track of everyone.
Wind variable at 4930 right, cleared for takeoff.
Wind's variable at 4.
Mm-hmm.
So there's a little view of the construction, Harrison. We see some of the support columns for the extension off T2.
Yeah.
The north side extension starting to take shape even more. Great to see that.
Yes. We definitely need more room here for the ever expansion of airline services and new liveries coming here.
Yeah, and it cannot happen in a better spot than Terminal 2. There are times throughout the day, Harrison, where Sun Country planes are arriving from much warmer destinations or even some of their seasonal routes, like to Boston, for example. They're coming in and, well, hey, we don't got a gate.
Yeah. Speaking of which, UFM planes still sitting there without gate. They'll always like to come in herds at Sun Country.
The other important thing to keep in mind, too, is that Southwest, they have several gates on the northernmost end of T2.
Mm-hmm.
So Sun Country, because Southwest is leasing a fair bit of real estate at T2 on that north side of the terminal, Sun Country, they can't use those gates even if they're available.
Yeah, so at T2 it's a little different. All the airlines there lease the gates from the MAC, whereas at T1 almost all the airlines own their gates at T1. So it's a little bit different operation there.
And that, of course, is, as one would understand it to be, for flexibility reasons, because that gate space at T2,
it's tight.
it's about the highest premium I think it's ever been, Harrison, when you take into consideration, how jam-packed it gets during the evening hours.
Mm-hmm. Now, when I landed from Seattle in the Red Eye, we arrived at gate, I believe it's G13. And, man, that whole area looks completely different than I remember it. The moving walkways are all closed off. The international area extends, I believe, all the way down to 13 or 14 in that next pod there. And that's good news for all the new international airlines going through, because the custom gates used to be pretty much G3 through, I believe, G9. And if you've walked by there recently, you can see G8 again. That was only in the customs area. But now, G8 is available again for all the planes to, arrive and depart there. But now, you've got internationals running all the way out to G13, so that's a lot of extra space for arrival and departures. Gives a lot of extra room for all the new airlines coming here soon.
Charlie, you see the company there. They're no factor.
But in the meantime, if you're going through MSP, or if you've gone through MSP recently, you probably know this looks a little different than
Tower Delta 1182.
a few years ago.
Delta 1182, I think they're calling because you can go.
All right, we got that edict. We'll start them up.
Yep, let's hope this one holds.
Yeah.
The Beechcraft 99's taken off that we were talking about earlier.
Gonna get back on the horn here.
261, flight 180 and 280.
Back in the saddle, I should say.
Yeah.
Delta 170 heavy, Minneapolis Tower, wind 280 at 4, 930 left, clear to land.
So there they go.
Yep, and I just heard Delta 170 heavy check-in on the radio, so we should be seeing the Soul Flight land here momentarily.
Got a flight to Baltimore that's departing on the north side for Delta. Or arriving, excuse me. This is a 737, 900 ER.
That's right.
Number 3006. Runway is available, Delta 2884, turn left at Mike, where do you park?
Taxiing about 2150, about 25 minutes from now.
All right, 2150, thanks.
Interestingly, there is a Delta flight 1182 going to Tampa sitting at the Sun Country de-ice pad. I'm not sure they had release information I heard them chatting about earlier. Might be sitting in the penalty box for a little bit until they get further clearance.
Yeah, folks, stick around. We've got Delta 170 heavy landing in minutes.
Yep, in fact, I see them off in the distance.
Coming in from Seoul, South Korea, the Delta Spirit sticker A350-900, 502 Delta November. Will make yet another cameo on our live broadcast. Harrison, it seems that every time that we're out here, 502 Delta November shows up in some way, shape, and form.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I woke me up yesterday doing a ferry flight to Seattle. They just got the 350s returning to the Seattle for their operations at Delta. So they're doing Taipei, Seoul, and then eventually May they will get Tokyo converted to 350s out there as well. So growing number of routes are again the 350 here.
It's Delta's flagship product, and it would be very understandable why Delta's trying to throw as many A350s onto these international routes as much as possible. And, you know, I know that you also brought up earlier just how old some of their 757s and A320s are getting in the fleet. It's going to be the next, I don't know, maybe 5 to 10 years before we start seeing the A330s get old enough to the point where they're going to start to get phased out. The A330 200s and 300s, and Delta's got to think about that going forward down the road.
Absolutely, and it remains to be seen, you know, kind of what they'll use to replace it, but they definitely have some options. I think with those older 330s, you'll see at least one more cabin refresh cycle, hopefully some new D1 suites go into that airplane in the next few years as soon as they're done with the 350 reconfigurations for the LATAM ships. We'll start to see more unification across the fleet.
I'll tell you what, Harrison, those Delta cabin refreshes look fire. They are super nice. I think Delta did an exquisite job with that cabin refresh that's making their debut on many 757 aircraft that they rolled it out on, and it will eventually spread to hopefully all the other jets in the Delta fleet. It should be fun to see.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's pick this conversation up a little bit. Let's go Delta 170 Heavy. It's on shore final here.
Good idea. I agree with you, Harrison.
And that Tampa flight I talked about earlier, it's actually returning the gate, so we might get a quick cameo in front of the 350 here.
All right, here she is, the Delta Spirit sticker A350. 502 Delta November, arriving from Seoul, South Korea.
$599. Follow Delta 321 from Whiskey. You'll see them off the left in a minute. They got an edict they need to get out of.
Alright, so we'll follow Delta. They're on Whiskey. Sun Country 599.
They're at Delta. They'll follow you from Delta.
Okay, they'll follow us. Are we cleared across 4 for Delta 1182?
Yeah, if I didn't say it on Whiskey, crossing my 422.
I didn't hear it. So either way, it's cleared across 4. Whiskey 30 left. That's not good. Perfect. Thank you.
Ooh, got a nice long roll there.
Delta 170 heavy, turn right, turn alpha, cut a ground point enter.
Turn Alpha point 9, Delta 170.
Hey, Alex, that's CRJ, and the background's going to Green Bay.
Go, Pat, go. Some of you might know that I'm a huge Green Bay Packer fan. Huge Packer backer.
Packer.
Even though that I was born and raised here in Minnesota, I'm sorry, I don't want to be diagnosed with crippling depression.
My dad's
it's a
from
subtle
Green Bay,
jab
too.
at Minnesota Viking fans.
Yeah. My dad's from Green Bay, too, so that heavily influenced me, too. Look at some cons. Looks like F-Geek Nation, his uncle gave him some 100-year luggage tag. That's awesome. I think Gemini Jets just released their 1/400, 1/200 scale 100 livery models of the 321 Neo and the 350.
Looks like we might be done with 17 ops, Harrison.
Yeah, it feels like the North one's picking up here a little bit. If I go on my phone, I can get you...
Looks like that Tampa, if it's not headed back to the gate, it looks like a reroute.
Yeah, it might be a reroute. The winds pick up a little bit from the northwest. It's 3008 at my latest METAR on my phone. So it's very possible that they needed to change runways based on the performance, because that's a pretty good crosswind at this point and almost tailwind component.
I believe the threshold is 10 knots, correct? Sustained winds.
Yeah, it varies plane to plane, but generally, you know, they're trying to take off into the wind. So more than likely, I'm guessing they reran their numbers, and would not be surprised if that flight is full going to Tampa, because it is spring break across Minnesota for a lot of schools right now.
It is.
And I'll tell you, MSP was busy when I was coming in yesterday. A couple days ago, sorry.
You have to wait for your gate on your arriving aircraft, or what?
Luckily, no, it was a red eye. I would hope I would not be waiting after a red eye. So, you know, people want to go to sleep, right?
Yeah.
And then, you know...
Well, you were flying standby, too, so it's whatever you could get, basically.
Yeah, you know, I got an option for a comfort plus seat or an aisle seat with open middle. I was like, definitely want that open middle just to stretch out my legs a little bit. But yeah, that's a big option there.
An open middle seat.
Yeah. Just so, you know, you can stretch your legs out a little bit. That's definitely a preference of mine, if possible.
I like to cram into the window seat.
Yeah.
Pressed up against that window. Every single time I fly, I have to have that window seat.
Mm-hmm.
And my face is usually pressed against that window for most of the flight.
Yeah.
Who needs the in-flight entertainment on your screen back display?
Yep.
That's the real in-flight entertainment right there, looking out your window.
No doubt about that. This was definitely a sleeping flight. Everyone was either watching a movie or sleeping in the wee hours of the morning. Let's see, we don't sell models, but we've got our friends at DG's. That's local in St. Paul. That's my favorite place to get model airplanes.
Mine too. DG Pilot, fun fact about them, they're the first sponsor to our channel. And I've known Donnie for a long time now. It's been about a few years. Hard to believe, but yeah, it's been incredible to have him on board with supporting us and what we do here at MSP Live, and he really does operate a fantastic business. He has a lot of great people that work for them. I've been a customer of DG Pilot for a long time. I don't just plug them because they're a sponsor, but because I actively buy things from that business, and they're very trustworthy.
Yeah, what I love about
so
Donnie,
many people have found the same.
Yep. What I love about Donnie is their staff, they're always inspecting your model just to make sure, you know, there's no defects or anything like that.
Yep. They don't just get it and ship it out to you. They actually want to physically make sure that what you are getting is what you expect.
Yep. I can't tell you how many times from other people I order planes and something's broken from it. So it's really helpful having that inspection. Speaking of arrivals, we got a Delta arrival here. Phoenix Delta 2116. And then we should get you a few departures on our runway here, 30 left. We have a Vegas departure, that Tampa plane we were talking about, and then Phoenix Mesa. Not Sky Harbor.
That other airport in Phoenix.
That's right.
Major operating base for Allegiant.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of Allegiant, do you think we're going to get to see some of their 737 Maxes that are now going to start to enter the fold here, that have already entered the fold?
Yeah, we'll see.
It'd be very cool to see one of those here at MSP. Allegiant does service MSP.
Yeah. Might be a little bit cramped in there, but man, if you make a lot of money off a 200-seat 737 MAX 8, go for it. All right, here comes that Tampa flight we were chatting about earlier, Delta 1182.
Turn left heading 260 and contact departure, good flight.
And yep, that's that 321 that was in the penalty box. They're on their way now. I assume they needed a runway change.
Sun Country 306 now arriving 30 left from Punta Gorda, Florida with the 737-800 about to touch down. The winds have died down a little bit, Harrison, so I don't know how much longer the all 30 ops are going to last here before they go back to, if that does happen, the mixed flow.
Yeah, you know, the winds and airport ATC operations, it's very dynamic. Oftentimes, planes will just flat out refuse to land if the wind's not in their favor, if, you know, they can't meet the thresholds they need to operate in those conditions. So they'll try to, you know, find a good runway for them the best they can. And luckily, with the runways they have at MSP, there's good flexibility in the patterns that we can have here.
I know on one of our past broadcasts over frequency, we on 121.9 are over ground, which also does handling some of the metering traffic for radio. But there was a Spirit Wings departure that was outbound to, I believe, Atlanta or Detroit, one of the two, that requested to use 30 right, the north side, for departure, just because it was going to be quicker and easier for them to get out that way. But air traffic control was a little stubborn that day and sending almost everything to 17 for departure. Like, nope, unfortunately, runway 17 is going to be your departure runway, and there's a little back and forth, but it happens.
And ground secretary 306, they say the gate is open. 306, very good. Tango, Charlie, Sierra. We'll see you guys.
Now Sun Country 599 off to Phoenix Mesa.
It's in the simplified titles livery circa 2017. It was more of an interim livery for Sun Country in between the delivery scheme, which was unveiled in 2001 for their 737 fleet, and then came the simplified titles to kind of refresh things a little bit, and then 2018, the much beloved and striking Tide Pod livery was minted.
Don't forget, too, when they're releasing Transavia planes, you kind of saw a cross hybrid between the two, kind of blue-green.
You got a flying pencil coming in here on 30 left, a 757 arriving for Delta.
Yep. From Fort Myers, one of your favorites.
That's 1442 Minneapolis, starting 30 left out of plane.
Delta 1442, 30 left on the way.
Passport 236 Minneapolis, start traffic 6 mile final, you want to go on the roll? Passport 236, turn right heading 340, wind 3407, 930 right, clear for takeoff.
Harrison, hit the star key on the numpad.
Star key on the numpad, gotcha.
Roll ahead.
Try and queue up an instant replay here.
Mike going to...
They floated for a little bit before touching it down gently on 30 left.
Yes, the longer the plane, the harder it seems to land or take out perfectly, it feels like.
22, monitor ground for Delta 80.
757-300 could be a little touchy.
Yeah. This particular ship number, 5002, is my very first pencil I ever flew on, actually.
Ooh.
I think I went out to Los Angeles from here, visit family in Long Beach.
I remember for a short period of time when Delta had the 757-300s out and back to LAX from Minneapolis, St. Paul.
Yeah, they used to do a lot more West Coast flying. They definitely are a strategic part of the fleet, and especially with them retiring more 767-300s, those 757-300s are in high demand for any route, you know, that carries needs to carry a lot of people very quickly somewhere.
Here's Delta 1442 off to Las Vegas.
Almost got a double departure there. That CRJ was heading to Micah's landing Hibbing. Sky was for 236.
Yep, there it is, that small little blip on screen. What Harrison's talking about over there.
Yep. Little twofer there.
Yeah, you don't see that too often because typically they stagger the arrivals and departures on 30 left and 30 right, or 1-2 left, 1-2 right.
It's pretty cool when you're racing someone in or out. It's not often that happens. We got a few arrivals coming in here. Let's see. On the north side, there's Sky's flight from Dulles. Then we got St. Louis coming in. SkyWest, another 320 from Windsor Locks, the Hartford area. Yeah, we'll probably be switching more to arrivals here in a little bit.
That's 4169 on a 30 left. 30 right available if you guys want to sneak out there.
Hey, Brian, good to see you. Brian, one of our YouTube members, asking a very interesting question. It's one that I asked myself earlier this week. And hey, thanks for tuning in today, Brian. Good to see you. Good to hear from you again. How will the upcoming runway construction affect spotting at the viewing area? So, the very first subscriber to our channel, huge MSP Airport Live superfan, controller Go Around Joe, on his Instagram page, at GoAround29, he's got a lot of fun stuff on there. It's worth checking out. He recently confirmed, and some other controllers also confirmed, kind of amongst the aviation enthusiast community here, which they're a part of as well, that we're going to see some very interesting mixed ops today. We're going to see runway 12 left for departures, primarily only departures while the south parallel is closed. Runway 22 for arrivals, runway 4 for departures. And 22 will also be used for departures when they're on the arrival side of it, just for those heavies. 17 will be used for arrivals, as well as 35, 17 for departures. So you could see a lot of different combinations happening there with that unusual traffic flow setup.
Yeah.
But what this is going to mean is that if the winds are not light and variable, the viewing area is a feasible spot for plane spotting. Apart from that, you really ought to be at T2 for spotting, and the viewing area is not going to be a very good spot to catch all the action. Now, minus if you're just coming out here to catch the heavies, the viewing area is going to be your go-to spot, 100%. So that, of course, puts us into a little bit of a scramble mode as to what we're going to do to try and, you know, maybe look at some other locations if we can get there, but we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. It's always cool seeing a 2-2 arrival departure from the viewing area. You get just as close, if not even a little bit closer than 12 right, 30 left in terms of distance.
It is closer.
Yeah, I remember heck even seeing Narita fly out of here on a 747, and within the first year of the spotters park being open, a quick substitution. And that used pretty much all the runway taken off. It was pretty impressive.
They're heavy,
how
well,
fast they were
especially in
going.
the summertime, too. The air is less dense because it's a lot warmer outside, and they're going to need a little extra horsepower from those engines. They're going to need a little extra thrust and a little extra real estate to get off the ground. So the heavies will be using runway 22. That's a almost near 100% guarantee. Now, if they're light enough, they could certainly use any runway at the airport because the smallest or the shortest runway, as the Swissport fuel truck rolls by, runway 1735, that's the shortest runway at MSP Airport.
Mm-hmm. And 12 left right behind it, too, and 30 right. That's another short one.
Runway 422, the crosswind runway at MSP is 11,000 feet long.
And ground tempo 2185 right taxi.
12 right, 30 left, just north of 10,000 feet long. The south parallel that we've been spotting here today, it's also the widest runway at MSP Airport. All the other runways are at the standard 150-foot width. Runway 12 right, 30 left is 200 feet wide.
Yes, good catch there.
62, let me know when you're ready.
Average person may not notice the difference landing taking off, but I'm sure that the pilot, you notice that difference in terms of room, if you have crosswind and stuff like that.
Well, especially if you're a heavy or a wide-body aircraft, that extra real estate makes it a lot more comfortable.
Yes.
Not just for arrival, but departure as well.
Yeah. I was going to say, you guys just had Antonov here recently, too. I bet you that was a big help.
So 25,
that was such a remarkable sight to see here at MSP Airport. So it was delivering, and this was confirmed because we had an inside source tell us that there was heavy ground service equipment inside the cargo hold. He actually went inside the cargo hold. He took a peek. Yep, that's what it was. Now, we thought that it was originally, it could be Pratt & Whitney engines from the Pratt & Whitney facility in Montreal where the aircraft stopped over. We thought, okay, they might be flying to pick up something and drop it off here. Why did we think that? Well, MSP is the main Airbus maintenance base for Delta, and A220 repairs and all other work that's done on the A220 happens here in Minneapolis. So we thought, hey, they might be transporting the whole engines, especially knowing that the geared turbofan engines for Pratt & Whitney, they're not necessarily very good with reliability right now. And some of the earlier A220s delivered to Delta, they need a lot of additional work done on them and continual work to keep them in the air, which the folks over at Tech Ops over there are doing a tremendous job with that.
Absolutely.
So we thought, hey, because it's coming in from Montreal's Mirabel Airport, okay, this might be a cargo delivery flight for Tech Ops. And there were a lot of people that I think, like me, that thought this originally, but when they were here, they stopped overnight, but cargo hold did not open. But it was clear to us at that point they were here for a layover. They were going somewhere else. And there's no real way to know where their destination is until they file that information, if they make it available to flight tracking services such as Flight Radar 24 or FlightAware.
Just give way to the Black Emperor there.
Yeah, there was a ramper.
Points. Yep.
Yeah, there was a ramper who was able to confirm that got a look inside the cargo hold, and there were some social posts about the aircraft and the visit and what was kind of on the inside. Heavy ground service equipment for a naval station in China Lake, California that also has a Boeing facility attached to it as well. And MSP was on the way from their journey between Leipzig in Germany and China Lake, California. It was one of the many service stops that the aircraft had to make because those aircraft, they're super heavy air transports. They require a lot of fuel and a lot of ground support, and they cannot make the jump in one continuous flight. They need several flights. They need to hop the globe to get to that destination because hauling millions of pounds of heavy ground service equipment, or however large their payload was, it requires a lot of fuel, and they burn a ton of fuel in the air as well.
Yes. It's a very expensive airplane to operate, no doubt.
But they get a huge return on investment, or ROI, as the Antonov Design Bureau. Ever since the collapse of the Soviet Union, that's how they repurposed those aircraft, even Volga and Pir in Russia. Those are grounded because of the war right now. But they were involved in specialized, contract, heavy air transport flying for many companies, even for global militaries that needed heavy equipment transported, really with just a variety of different clients that needed fast, heavy air transport for whatever their needs were.
Yep, absolutely.
The Antonov 225 also was a part of the action with heavy air transport. There's a documentary that was released years ago that a crew actually got aboard the Antonov 225. It delivered heavy engines, super heavy engines for a power station in Australia.
Yes.
And they had to trek basically across the globe to get there. Super fascinating stuff.
No doubt.
That's what those aircrafts, that's what they're involved in. That's how Antonov Design Bureau, after they built them, like, okay, because they were originally built for the Buran space shuttle program in the Soviet Union.
That's right.
But then after the collapse of the Soviet Union and that stuff wasn't going on anymore, they're like, hey, we have just a bunch of big airplanes sitting around. What are we going to do with them?
Yeah.
And it was through that. They're like, hey, you know, we could make a killing off this. We have a specialized business idea. We have a niche to fill here.
Yeah, you got
and
a lot
that
of
niche,
space.
right? Super heavy, expedited air cargo transport is where they made their money.
Yep. You got a big airplane, so it's got a lot of space. We were just talking about 220s. One's coming in right now from Houston, Delta 424.
Now, the A220s, I'll tell you what, I haven't flown on them, but every single person that I've run into has nothing but a wealth of positive things to say about the onboard flight experience.
Yeah, it's a roomy airplane. Compare probably the Spirit taking off right now, but 321s are nice. Off to Hotlanta there.
Stole the words right out of my mouth. You have me saying that when referencing the world's busiest airport and Delta's headquarters.
Oh yeah, that is a busy airport. It's amazing how efficient that airport is when it's busy. I've made connections in less than an hour there.
That's the one thing about Atlanta that really impressed me when I had the opportunity to connect through Atlanta on my way back to Minneapolis, St. Paul in January of 2022. Just how efficient it was.
Ooh, you see the Black Embraer there going to Thief River?
Yeah, we've got it in sight. Here it is.
Pretty sleek, right?
Yeah, it actually came over to Key Lime Air from an air charter tour company. Has yet to be painted in the Denver Air Connection colors that Key Lime Air sports on all of its aircraft.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, I will certainly take that classy, clean, sleek, jet black paint scheme. You don't see too many aircraft, let alone in commercial service, painted like that.
3796, 30 right, taxi Papa.
We got another Cancun landing right now, Sun Country 572. And then we got a few departures waiting at the end.
30 left.
Push up for your 30 left, Delta 1028 heavy.
Alright. 72, taxi via Charlie. Call point 9er, most of your gates are full down there. Let them know if it's occupied or not.
Okay, so it's good. Let's turn
Might have
Charlie
to
ground point 9er, and we'll start working on it. Thanks. 572.
Good luck.
Yeah.
Just what we were talking about earlier, how gate space at T2, especially for Sun Country, is at probably the highest premium ever.
Yeah, I was going to say, there's been a Sun Country sitting
Ground Sun Country,
on the
572 with
taxiway. Actually, it might be sitting on 422. It's been sitting there for a while. With its engines
Charlie,
running.
short of Charlie 2, let me know what they say.
We need a T2 cam.
Yeah. Oh, that's a short flight, SkyWest.
Sorry,
3912 to
Charlie
Duluth.
2 will let you know, Sun Country 572.
So SkyWest 3912 departing north side, runway 30 right to Duluth, Minnesota.
Bulldog territory.
So 2185, Minneapolis, turn, next travels on a 9er mile final, runway 30 left, flat up below.
All right, we got Delta 1819 from San Jose del Cabo next. Another 321.
Let's do it. Runway 30 left, taxi runway 4 and whiskey.
Okay, 30 left 4 and whiskey, Secretary 211.
Alrighty, ground, Sun Country 572 here. Hotel 7, I guess, is our new gate. It's occupied. They're expecting about a 10-15 minute hold for us.
572, very good. Charlie, short of Charlie 2, we can hang there. United, Mike, had a ground point heading.
Mike, 0.9, Delta 1819.
Another Embraer on the north side you hear. Off to Midway is Delta 4169, that Embraer here.
Ground Delta 18.
Oh, and that Sun Country you heard me talk about being parked is on its way to Tampa. So evidently there must be a Tampa delay or something going on. Could be weather or something else.
4301, mass ground, 30 right, taxi pop up.
You're a resident meteorologist. What does the radar look like for the Tampa area?
Yeah, let me pull on my phone here and take a look. Oh, you know what? I see that KC-46 Pegasus taxiing.
Oh, wait. We got to swing over and grab it. Good eye, Harrison.
Yeah.
All right, our Pegasus is back on the move. I think they're going to be departing north side here.
The radar is lit up between Tallahassee and, let's say, Jacksonville. Line of severe storms moving through. Severe thunderstorm warnings.
Yep, that's it.
Yep.
It's been a very active month for severe weather, unfortunately, here across the United States, especially down south.
Yep. So yeah, we'll show you that Pegasus here, and then we've got a Southwest Max to Midway right behind that Embraer we were talking about. Looks like that Pegasus is coming towards us, Alex.
Oh, no way!
We might get lucky here with a 30 left departure of it. Whoever's working the ATC, thank you very much.
MSP Tower for the win. Giving us an ATC assist, but they can do that.
Okay, 260 over to departure. You have a great
They can send them wherever they want to.
Yep, off to its next destination, wherever that be. Next up, Sun Country 621 to Harlingen, Texas.
That's a departure.
Yeah, departure.
96 maps ground, hold short of hotel.
Things starting to heat up from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport. Thank you for tuning in. If you're just joining us at MSP Airport Live, it's been a magnificent Monday for plane spotting here in the heart of the Twin Cities.
Verify 30 left for Sun Country 663.
663 for
Ground Delta 1028 heavy, taxi with Papa.
1028 heavy, or 30 left, taxi via Alpha.
30 left via Alpha, Delta 1028
Oh,
heavy.
we're also going to get Delta 76 departure, I believe.
Yep, that's going to Atlanta. Back out to the world's busiest airports.
Yeah, must have been an equipment swap there.
Oh, brother, Harrison, here we go. The KC-46 Pegasus on the move, headed towards our direction. We might get a 30 left departure.
I'm pretty happy about that. How about you?
Well, isn't this going to be something special?
Yes. Sometimes when I'm back at MSP, I bring good luck with special planes, you know, without fail.
You certainly brought some luck today, whatever it is, Harrison. I'll tell you what, if that's the case.
Yeah, so we'll have back-to-backs, basically 767 departures. Trying to get the info on the Delta one. There we go. It's it's Delta's oldest 767-300 flying right now. November 171 Delta November is 767-300 built, and guess it's April 1990. So it is going to turn 35 years old next month.
Holy cow.
Yeah, that is a very old 767.
Yeah.
That 220 that just landed, I believe, is from Dallas Fort Worth.
572.
572 company will be
Yep, Delta 2192.
Continue taxiing Charlie, Charlie 1, and then back to Delta, taxiing when you can do it.
That KC-46 making its way to 30 left for departure, folks. We'll have that coming up here in just a minute.
That'll be very exciting.
2192, which gate?
We got a few spotters joining us today, too, I see, down in the distance. And a lot of families, too, taking advantage of the nice weather.
2192, what's the gate?
Oh, yeah.
2192, taxi Charlie, Charlie 5.
Quite a few out today. Surprised there wouldn't be more for the KC-46, but I'm sure that some are probably scrambling to get down here.
Yeah, I bet you there's a big rush, right? And we got Delta 413 from Los Angeles coming in now with a 321. Alex, I gotta tell you something. The 767 starting in the mid-80s. So we basically have a brand new 76 right behind like one of the oldest 767s flying today for a major airline too.
That's crazy.
It's amazing, you know, the lifespan of that program still. I know that Boeing's going to be shutting down the 767 production line in the next couple of years, I believe. But man, man, oh man, what a testament to that airplane.
413 minutes ground taxi Alpha to the gate.
Yeah, but those orders are wrapping up for FedEx as one of the clients that has orders that Boeing needs to fulfill.
Yep. And you know, a lot of 76s being retired are actually being turned into cargo planes too. So
they are.
You got that going too. Prime Air picking up a whole bunch.
Delta and Whiskey. Delta Whiskey 30 left.
There were quite a few Delta 767s that were converted into freighters and now fly for Amazon Prime Air.
Absolutely, yep. They got rid of a few of their newer ones, I think probably because they could get the most money out of them, you know, having some lifespan still for cargo. These older ones retiring, I don't know if they're going to get picked up by anyone. They might be turned into aluminum here.
Now, we have the camera looking down towards the threshold of runway 30 left because we're expecting some departures. Action has, for the most part, shifted all to the 30 parallels.
Which is good. That's what we want.
Yeah, I had a feeling that it was going to happen at some point. The winds were much calmer earlier.
With landing traffic on 35, we got to build a appropriate space on both runways. Might be right after the next arrival for about 8 mile final for you.
Sun Country 211 Tampa taking off now.
We got a bunch of departures that are headed our way. We've got two 767s that are going to be departing off 30 left here. One of them is actually a KC-46 Pegasus tanker for the United States Air Force. That was not on our bingo card today, and those kind of come and go as they please, and they have to be under the radar due to the nature of their activities most of the time.
Hey, Alex,
and it's a chance encounter if you ever see one out here.
Yeah, Alex,
we're lucky to get one today.
Alex, runway 35 is open. We got a landing right now from Midway there.
Oh, boy.
That's going to complicate the pattern a little bit here. But Southwest 2025 landing from Denver.
22-3, hold short of intersection Alpha 8 for crossing traffic.
So if they're going to switch landings to 3-5, that means that departures are going to be this way.
Yeah, they're definitely going to be more prominent on our side.
That's what we want, though. If they're going to run a mixed flow, thank you, ATC. Thank you, weather, as well, too.
Yeah. Good chance we'll see some roll-bys of landing airplanes in front of us, too. So keep an eye out for those, and Kind of see how the wind situates here, but I think we're getting, solid northwest wind at this point. That
So
makes sense.
1613, continue view Bravo Mike, pop across 22 monitor point 9 now.
All right, continue Bravo Mike, Papa cross 22 monitor ground point 9, Delta 1613.
I'll tell you what, Alex, I used to land on 3-5 a lot more. Now, it feels like it's rare. Feels like I'm always on the north side for the most part.
Yeah, kind of seems that way. The last Delta flight that I took, well, really was SkyWest from Traverse City on an E175. I landed runway 35.
Yeah.
It was the first time that I think that I could say that I landed runway 35. It was a pretty good touchdown. We had a great flight crew that day.
Awesome. And if you look by the tower, that 717 just came in from Kansas City. That definitely was the 3-5
Swing over
arrival.
and grab it here. Hold on, Harrison.
It's hard to keep up with all these runway changes sometimes. There's a lot that happens here.
Well, that and run the broadcast can be a little tricky, but it's always nice having the extra person, especially in the co-host seat.
Yeah, I just checked the METAR, and we're at 280 about 9 knots right now. So actually, I guess I'm a little bit more of a crosswind component landing at 3.5. Definitely a good headwind for 30 left. There's at least one more arrival I see on 30 left coming in.
Yep.
The headlight I see is Southwest 2283 from Midway.
Mike in Quebec across 22 Delta 1613.
And it looks like we'll still have, 30 left arrivals, but it must be getting busy with the arrivals. I see at least 2 more lined up, most likely. Actually, maybe 1 more for 3.5.
Yeah, that's to help with dispersing the traffic flow, just because the arrivals now have to be stuck on 30 right and 30 left. No 17 departures.
Yeah.
So the air traffic controllers doing their best. They do a really good job of managing traffic here. They are super on it.
Yeah, we're coming up to a busy arrival period, so I'm not surprised that they opened up 3.5 just to relieve a little bit. Speaking of which, that Southwest is going through the FedEx ramp right now.
Behind us and out of view. Here's a 30 left arrival, another Southwest flight.
Yep. There's a SkyWest from Cedar Rapids landing right now from my IV too. But here's that Southwest from Midway landing right now.
Caution turbulence, runway 30 left, clear one.
Okay, I think the Delta 76 is lining up right now, so should be switching to departures here momentarily.
From the right, parking at Charlie 6 next to you, then the push is approved for 30 right.
Ground Southwest 2283 off on Delta, going to Hotel 12.
2283 mass ground, Delta to the gate.
Big turbulence, boarding heavy 76, traffic 7 mile final.
Line number 1, Kansas 630 left.
Interesting. The Pegasus is also crossing, I think. I'm not sure where it's going. They both turned down at
I think
the
the Delta Jet is on the roll.
Yeah.
And it is. There it is. Here's our 767 off to Atlanta, Hartsfield Jackson.
United 374, hold short of the intersection, Alpha 8 for crossing traffic, correction Alpha 9er for crossing traffic.
That's Alpha 9,
Heavy 10 left heading 260 on connect departure.
260 switching Delta 1028.
Kansas 96 heavy caution brake turbulence, fly runway heading wind 3007, runway 30 left, good takeoff.
And Delta 165 is actually flying right over that 76. Coming from Amsterdam. We'll get to that scene, but the Pegasus is on the roll now, clear for takeoff.
Here we go. Here's our KC-46 for the United States Air Force.
Runway 35.
Cessna 926 Minneapolis, start traffic hold in position, wind 3007, runway 30 left, clear to land.
30 left, clear to land.
Kansas 96 Heavy, turn left heading 260, contact departure.
Left 260, contact departure, Kansas 96 Heavy.
What do you think, Alex? Pretty cool?
Oh, that was quite the takeoff, I'll tell you what.
Those were some good rumblers, I'll tell you, from here. Almost loud for the ears.
Back-to-back 767 departures. One of them a KC-46.
Yeah.
Did y'all have that on your bingo card today? I certainly did not.
Here comes United 374 from O'Hare 319.
At 374, turn right at Delta, cut a ground point enter.
Point out, good day, 374.
Good day.
West Sun Country.
That sounds awesome, Rob, about the snow in New Zealand.
374 is turning on the Delta ground with
374 miles ground, Delta and Quebec, good day.
Quebec to United 374.
Delta 1476 miles ground, push approved, 30 right.
Welcome, United, to Minneapolis, St. Paul. I'll tell you what, Harrison, we've seen a lot of great memories in the month of March be made here on our channel at MSP Airport Live. You look back to the beginning of the month with the Antonov 124 and to end a magnificent March with a KC-136 departure completely unexpected.
There's a reason it's called March Madness.
It is.
Charlie and Alpha.
Sun Country off to Tucson, Arizona, departing 30 left.
It's nice, warm, and dry down there.
It is. Got SkyWest 3730 about to depart on runway 30 left. It's our next departure on the south parallel with an Embraer 175LL.
That's a for sure thing they just called up here. So
we got NetJets landing, meanwhile, from Fort Myers. Can't forget about private jet guys, too.
Okay, appreciate it.
See quite a few private jet charters. Good eye, Harrison, catching that arrival, about to touch down at 30 left.
And Prime Air taxing right in front of us as we speak, too. Man, it got busy.
Look out from our behind.
36 Minneapolis, 3007, hold short of intersection in Alpha 9 for crossing traffic, runway 30 left, clear land.
30 left, clear land, hold short.
Sun Country 3060 to none other than Cincinnati.
And that is headed out to 30 left for departure.
Hello to you, Daniel. Checking the chat here. And Jeremy. Hello to you, too.
Want to take the time to thank all of our fantastic MSP Airport Live viewers today. How are we enjoying the show here on a Monday Madness episode on MSP Live? Yeah, last day of March under some really nice early spring conditions.
Join Quebec. Charlie and Alpha.
I'm ready for spring outs and summertime.
Thank you.
Bring on the summer fun.
Now Mike Papa across 22.
All right, here goes Sioux Falls departure.
It's with our Embraer E175.
Ground Sun Country 107 right now.
Sun Country 347 up here, up New 5, plus or minus 5 on either side of that.
I copy that. 2225 plus or minus 5.
Thank you. Delta 782 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 30 left.
We got
push up, proof 30 left.
Next up, Delta 2936 from Salt Lake City. Another Delta hub, of course, with 737-900.
It's got Delta 165 Heavy coming in from AMS.
Yeah, I think I see it right behind it, actually. Man, they're still sending 3-5 arrivals.
The Heavy is going to 30 left, though.
Yeah. We can't miss that one, I hope.
Flight 936, turn right at Mike, got a ground flight.
I was going to say San Antonio C-Series 300 landing. Yes, I said C-Series.
43, Port Alpha, your discretion. That's 73 exiting away from.
There's a lot more patchy cloud cover now being observed over the airfield. It's a real interesting juxtaposition with how the aircraft that we are just seeing exit 30 left was not lit at all by the sun because a cloud was obscuring it, or it was obscuring light from reaching that part of the airfield on runway 30 left, how it was not lit up, but the background was.
And we got another cloud about to pass over right now, so might be a few minutes of intermittent light here, and then should get back to full light.
I know some of you are probably thinking, so what? What's the big deal? When you're into photography and videography, you tend to notice those things. It's kind of cool, actually.
347 on 30 left, taxi Delta and Whiskey.
All right, here's our Smurf plane outbound to Cincinnati.
Someone's very excited about the Smurf.
3060, turn left heading 260,
all right, here comes 165 Heavy.
Gotta swing around so we can catch the Big Bird touchdown on 30 left.
Yep, and of course we're being cloud shadowed right now.
Okay, we have the RJ.
Oh yeah, looks like Charlie there, thanks.
We're being given the cloud shoulder.
782, what is that?
782, running 30 left, Quebec, Charlie, and Alpha.
30 left, we have a Quebec, Charlie, Alpha, Delta 782.
2591, mass ground, wait for the company 320 from the left, they're moving, then push is approved, 30 right.
30 right after the company 325.
The intersection Alpha 9er for crossing traffic, runway 30 left, clear to land.
Enable after, we're at 2434 available.
Rise 2434, 30 left, clear to land.
Runway 30 left, rise 2434.
This 330 is another ex-Northwest one, November 803, November Whiskey. It's a third one of the 300s. Delivered back in August 2003. If you can remember that year. I remember 2003 a little bit.
At Whiskey 10, cross 30 left, join Alpha, Delta 1732.
Of course, I remember seeing these 330s when they were in Northwest paint. We got a Northside departure.
Delta 165 Heavy.
Ooh,
On its way to Milwaukee.
Yeah.
on Alpha Cross runway 2.
Shout out to our supporters in the Milwaukee area. We have quite a few MSP Airport Live fans that are from the Milwaukee area.
Yeah, and cool is Delta keeping the main line going there too. I know they had some big planes back in the day. Heck, I even remember I want to say seeing a pencil flights in Milwaukee like many years ago. My mom even, I think, admitted to saying they flew DC-10s over Milwaukee. That was a busy route back in the day.
It was. And the thing about the DC-10s, especially later on in their life for Northwest Airlines, Northwest, they flew just about anywhere.
Yeah. Once they got the Series 30s, that really opened up their range. They could do Amsterdam from here, London, you name it. .321 off the north side. Let's take a look at flight radar. Oh, DT dubs. Delta 1476 to Detroit. And you'll see a couple planes rolling by from the 3-5 arrival. So there's a 220 from San Antonio, I believe a 319 from Kalispell right behind it.
Delta 782 behind the company 220 from Alpha, please, from the right.
But I'll tell you what, guys, the arrivals keep coming. There's a lot of arrivals.
32 company on Charlie waits for you.
And there's our Washington State Cougars coming in right now. That's Horizon 2434.
Delta 782, just want to clarify, is it the 220 on our right we're following?
Hey, affirmative, yeah, the one's just coming across there on Alpha. Copy. Delta 1732, give way to the exeter at Delta, please, that Embraer.
Give way to the Embraer, Delta 1732.
Yes, please yield to the Cougars.
Push is approved, land on 1717 for departure now.
Approved, runway 17, United 658. Figure 107, the wind 3108, fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff. Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, on country 107.
There's your special livery of the day.
2434
Washington State University, go Cougs. Plastered on the side of the aircraft.
5 inch Alpha 73, runway 30 left, clear line, hold short of intersection Alpha 9er.
There's also a famous Hall of Fame sportscaster that has a communications program named after him at Washington State University. Can you guess which one that is?
Ooh, I don't know about yet. Teach me some history here, but we got Sun Country Vegas taking off right now. Sun Country 107.
Amber Cat 4691, we're off here on Charlie.
4691, where you parked?
Echo 13.
4691, Charlie, Charlie 6.
Charlie, Charlie 6, yeah, 46. 4691.
4523, running 30 right, taxi Delta, and pop up.
30 right, Delta pop up, regard 4523.
2591, running 30 right, taxi top. Actually, let's do this. Wait for a American Embraer from the left. You'll see him in a second. Then behind them, 30 right, Papa, but short of Papa 1.
30 right, yeah, Papa, short of Papa 1 behind the American Embraer.
2591, Mr. Edict there. They can
Departures keep coming now.
Here's an arrival on runway 30 left for Delta, 737, 900 ER.
Ooh, that's Delta 941 from Seattle.
Around your neck of the woods.
Yep. That's my number one Ren airplane, that 739 there. 321 short behind it. If you fly Delta, there's a good chance you've ridden on one of these 737-900s or a Airbus 321. They have almost 160 of these 737-900s in the fleet, including the 29 they acquired from Lion Air. But those are usually kept in Atlanta.
4 and Bravo.
4 and Bravo, Delta 941. Ground United 658.
Something to know about Delta is that they will always order the largest variant of whatever aircraft it is that's available for purchase if it fits within their fleet plan. For example, the recent order that was made for Airbus A350 1000s.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge leap for them. That'll give them the 350 1000 by itself has actually a little bit more range than the 900. So if they have routes where maybe, you know, payload optimization, weight and balance is an issue, that'll give them a little bit more flexibility. CRJ taking off right now.
So 2203 minutes ground, taxi
off to the Mayo Clinic.
intersection at Whiskey 10 cross, runway 30 left, join Alpha.
That's Endeavor to Rochester, Minnesota. My friends who fly that route call it the Mayo Express. Not for mayonnaise, but for the Mayo Clinic.
Contact departure, nice day.
That's heading 260 over departure, Endeavor 43. Thank you. Have a good day as well.
That's an incredibly short flight. They're quite literally up and down.
Maybe about 20 minutes. If you go back to Northwest, that was the 727 route too, by the way.
Oh, really?
Always full. Yep, my mom worked that. She was wheels up, wheels down, maybe like as slow as 18 minutes, pretty much. Otherwise, for reference, I think about a 90-minute drive from here.
It's not too far away, but it is a little bit of a drive.
Yeah. But definitely, filled with a lot of people going to that hospital. Endeavor 5126 from Cincinnati landing right now.
Another CRJ.
Yeah, we got a couple departures in the bullpen right now, getting warmed up, ready to go. Delta 782 to Indianapolis with the 320. But next will be Sun Country 347 with the 737 to Orlando.
So it looks like we're going to get special guest and co-host RJ Bean. It's going to join the program here, jumping into the middle of the action. We're going to catch our Sun Country departure first. Then I got to step aside real quick, and I'll let kind of Harrison drive the wheel so I can get our third microphone distributed.
63, give way to that Embraer there at the runway.
63, give way.
I was expecting a full slate, and we have had a full slate of activity today from MSP Airport. Did not expect a full slate of hosts. Always a welcome surprise.
And the airlines are going in shoulder season right now, getting ready for summer season, so it's been a good Monday in terms of activity.
It has. And this is a precursor to how the summer's going to go. Give me more of that, please.
494, pop to the gate. Good afternoon, Delta 2946. We are Narco for 30 left.
Delta 2946, Minneapolis, start afternoon, traffic short final, runway 30 left, clear land, hold short of intersection Alpha 9er for crossing traffic.
Okay, we'll hold short of Alpha 9er for crossing traffic, clear to land number 2 for 30 left, Delta 2946.
Delta 782, Minneapolis, start afternoon, traffic on a 5-mile final, 73, runway 30 left, line up away.
All right, I got to step aside for just a second so we can get RJ her microphone.
You got it. I'll do my best to narrate while we got Alex down here.
Oh, really? There's another departure, and I got to get back up.
Like I said, you might be busy for a little bit, Alex. It's busy right now.
Sorry, RJ. RJ says that's all right.
Yep.
Just want to make sure that we're getting the action as much as we can for you here.
Oh, yeah. Here's Delta 2262 from Las Vegas. You've said Vegas a lot today, Alex.
Take blank, Delta 2262.
Hotel 4, 7574.
And then I think you're going to get that Indianapolis departure right behind it. But
all right, I'm going to step off now. I'm going to do my best to be quick here.
30 left, use caution, company's parking off to the right at 4.
All right, put through 30 left.
Thanks for your patience all while Alex gets RG picked up here. Might just saw the American Embraer taking off. That is Brickyard 4523 Republic Airways off to New York LaGuardia.
Mike Bravo, cross 4, Delta 2262.
And then Delta 782 to Indianapolis is on the road with the 320. Still quite a bit of 3-5 arrivals coming in too.
Country 3051, plan on 30 left. 30 left.
260 on contact departure, we'll see you.
260 departure Delta 782, have a good day.
Delta, correction, Sun Country 407, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, line of void, traffic 7 miles.
Lane right now is Delta 2946 from Bozeman, Montana. TRJ going right in front of the tower right now is Endeavor 5238 from Sioux Falls, South Dakota. And folks, the 3-5 arrivals keep coming. There's Delta 1860 right behind that TRJ from Puerto Vallarta. I gotta work on my Spanish a little bit. Sorry, folks.
Delta 1860 on Alpha Cross, runway 4.
That's a little bit of a tongue roll for me here. And then destined for a Walton 320 landing right now. Right behind that. That's one of their Northwest original 211 model 320s.
Short of intersection Alpha 9er for crossing traffic, the wind 300 at 7.
Which?
Land runway 30 left, hold for intersection Alpha 9,
All right.
All right, folks, want to welcome on to our program today, special guest and co-host of our show, RJ Bean. How you doing, RJ?
I'm here. Appointment completed.
Woo! That's always a good feeling, right?
Yeah, especially when your teeth feel nice and clean.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That was me earlier this month.
No doubt.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, I think I had a dentist last month, too, so I took care of business. And I got new glasses, too, so
yeah,
feeling
well,
fresh in that department.
It was supposed to have been last week, and then I was contacted that I needed to change it because they weren't going to have a hygienist.
Oh, no.
Oh, no.
So I just like, and then the stream was scheduled, and then I'm thinking, oh, come on, really?
No worries at all.
First things first, right?
Yeah.
At 650 minutes, turn on runway 22 cross, runway 30 left, taxi straight.
We only do it like twice a year.
Now Sun Country 407 San Diego right there.
Delta 2462, Minneapolis, start afternoon at Whiskey 10 cross, runway 30 left, join Bravo.
RJ, I love the Northwest outfit you're wearing.
Mine only, no touch.
Yep, that's exactly what my parents would say to you.
No touch.
No taking their Northwest stuff.
No,
yes.
no,
Right there, you're just like, no touch.
No touch.
Not for sale.
No touching.
Yeah.
Ground up 2262.
Delta 2262, good.
Yeah, I don't have any rampers yet, so I'll just hold here just on a block Gulf 14 pusher.
Reference southern traffic, 12 o'clock, 7 miles south on 25.
Quick wind check. We're still the Northwest here. Pretty much 290 right at 9, right down the 30 left. So pretty good solidified with the Northwest flow here. Continuing to see the 3-5 arrivals paired up with 30 left, 30 right arrivals and departures. So
you can monitor ground now on point 9.
Yeah, so hello, everybody. Welcome to our broadcast booth. A little bit pressed for space at the moment, but that's always a good thing. Super happy to have RJ on the show and Harrison back there. I'll tell you what, you guys picked a great day to come out and do some plane spotting.
Well, if I wasn't out here, I'd be sitting at home because I get the honor to fly out of here tomorrow.
You do? Talk about where you're going.
I'm
For
going.
those who don't know, you've kind of alluded to it in the past and previous shows, but you're going someplace fun.
Yeah, I'm going to Denver. I'm going out to ski to officially end my season. We closed Afton down last Sunday. It was kind of sad, but, you know, it's going to come to an end at some point. The snow melts.
Yeah, all good things have to come to an end at some point.
So, you know, taking advantage of my Vail Resort employee perks and flying out tomorrow and going to go out for a week. And I've got 6 days allowed to ski. I don't know if I'll ski all 6, but it's there. I did all when I went out last year.
Yeah.
So I did Vail and Beaver Creek last year, and I've picked a couple of other resorts to do this time that I've never been.
Yeah, they have good ski resorts out in Colorado. Definitely remember when I went to grad school in Wyoming, a lot of my classmates would go into Colorado for skiing, so that's a good part of the country to ski.
Okay, I've never been to Wyoming, and I've never been to Utah.
Yeah, you know, I just drove out through those states pretty much moving west too, so Utah's kind of Martian almost in some spots, a lot of red rocks, but they get good snow too.
So, you know, at some point I might like to get out there because Park City is a part of Vail Resorts.
Yeah.
So, you know, we'll see.
Yep.
We'll, you know, see what I accomplish this time out there and take advantage of the perks while I have them.
Absolutely. That 739 that just landed from Punta Cana.
Let me know if you get a new one, or maybe they gave him a different one. They didn't tell me.
Yeah, benefits are a great thing to have. I get them from my parents, so we just figured out the second companion thing today. So hopefully that helps me a little bit going from non-dependent to second.
Yeah, of course, I went through that when my dad was flying for Northwest. You know, we were flying non-rev. So back before the times of deregulation, it wasn't usually too much of a problem to get on.
Yep.
But things eventually kind of changed, and then eventually, you know, my mom and I were going out to do things. We just bought seats, bought tickets. You know, we were doing things. We needed to get to where we were going.
Yeah, and now they cram you in like sardine cans a little bit. They try to fill every last seat up as much as they can.
Yeah, I was doing my check-in earlier today, and looks like my flight out of here is pretty full, if not full.
Yeah. Were you flying on 320 or?
A 73-9, probably ER.
Yep. Yeah, I flew on that plane a lot going to Denver when I went out of school that way. Kind of rotate between Boeing and Airbus a little bit, but.
Well, the best part is I'm coming back on a former Northwest Red Tail, so.
Perfect. That's
I would have liked to have booked one going out, but the departure time out of here with the arrival time into Denver, being what it was, the potential of dealing with rush hour traffic, getting out to where I'm going, I said, nah, I don't think so.
And if there's anything I learned flying into Denver is you always want to try to fly beginning or the end of the day. Once you start getting daytime heating, those mountain waves, you feel it in the air with the turbulence a little bit. Unless you don't mind turbulence.
No.
One of our fantastic MSP Airport Live members, Thomas Carrington, says, hello, everyone. Good afternoon, Thomas.
Woohoo. It's an American that just landed on the north side from Charlotte, 2802.
Out of view at the moment. So I know we kind of alluded to our Antonov that we caught earlier in the month, because Harrison, you and I, we were just kind of filling for time here a little bit. Apparently there are reports that the Antonov 124 is at Dallas.
Ooh, well, you know, you got to go big in Texas, right?
Yeah. Big even for Texas standards, I'll bet.
You know what? I think we have another runway switch. I see a 17 departure.
I just turned and looked to the left, and we've got 17 departures going again.
Yep, there's a United going off right now, and oh boy, the...
Out of view.
Yep.
Dang it.
The runway configs have been back and forth.
They've been all over the place.
Yeah.
But 30 left and 30 right have been constant, though, throughout all this madness. It's not a March spotting day without some madness involved. Rob says hello from New Zealand. Snow all cleared now for spring. Well, thank you for tuning in, Rob.
Yeah, we had a little snow on the ground this morning when we woke up, and now it's gone.
I did a little shoveling for my parents yesterday, too. They appreciate that.
This one was such a light fall, I just left it.
Yeah, we're like, you got to shovel the sidewalks, all the kids bringing their strollers down or riding on wagons, pretty much.
Daniel Yeager says, hi, MSP Airport Live. Well, thank you for tuning in, Daniel. Hello to you. Hope you're having a really good Monday.
You know, Alex, I'm looking at that one sock, and it's kind of become a little bit more variable again. It kind of turned a little bit towards us, so we might be a little bit more out of the 280, 270 direction. So,
yeah,
definitely more supportive of the 17 with the Series 0 left. I know that's not our favorite runway config, but
it is what it is.
Yep. The good news is I see some 3-0 left arrivals and departures still coming in, so we should have plenty of action to show you.
3-5 to 17 switched in the blink of an eye. I've never seen that within the last few years of me continually spotting out here. I don't know. Maybe it happens more often than I think, and maybe I need to get my butt out here more often, but whatever the case is, that is certainly fascinating to observe.
Yeah. That was pretty quick, and like I said, with the variable winds, you know, the runways can change in the blink of an eye sometimes.
Especially when the winds are variable and all over the place like they have been today on this Monday.
Our heads need to be like an owl.
Yep.
They go they go around in a 360.
Guess what's landing right now? Delta 2982 from Denver. Right, landing right now. The 739. I'll be you tomorrow, RJ, but the opposite direction.
I have not flown out to Denver, but I hear the Centurion Lounge at Denver has this humongous tap room on the inside.
That is a very big airport, and they just expanded, I think, three of their concourses recently, so they got some nice new gates.
Well, I've had a message come my way as a warning for construction potentially delaying things.
Yeah, there's a lot of construction.
When haven't they worked on that airport out in Denver?
Yeah, I was going to say, didn't I go through this when I went out last year?
Yeah. SeaTac 2 is having a lot of construction when I go through, mostly kind of on the inside right now. They're trying to basically move some restaurants to and upstairs so that they have more room for gates below. Because they need it out there. They are landlocked pretty much.
That was the retirement flight for my uncle.
Nice.
Rotate.
Off to Phoenix. And that's that Delta Victor ship I was talking about earlier.
Audio is Delta 2287, and the first Airbus A321 delivered to Delta's fleet. Have a terrific flight this evening off to Phoenix.
Looks like we got a Southwest landing right now. Yep, 2514 with the MAX 8 from Vegas.
6503 Minneapolis, 217, line up point.
Have you been out to Vegas before, Harrison?
No, that's a state and city that I still need to go to at some point.
I've been to Vegas once, very briefly.
Yeah. See, my mom tells me I'm not missing much, but we'll see.
And I've never been.
Just ask the people who hit up the slots. I'm sure they're going to tell you you're not missing much either.
I like to gamble that much, so maybe a lottery ticket here and there, but nothing more.
Not into it.
Yeah. My parents, on the other hand,
I'm not into it either.
Yeah. My parents like in lottery tickets all the time. They sometimes make me buy one.
Well, I went to a Timberwolves game recently. While we're kind of on the subject, and I am not a gambler, I really don't ever participate in those activities for all the obvious reasons that could work against you and all the negatives of that. But I couldn't help but, while I was at the Timberwolves game last week, spin the little prize wheel that Treasure Island Resort and Casino has at the games.
What'd you win?
Free slot play, $25. Went down to Treasure Island a few days later with a couple friends of mine. They also won something because we all went to the game.
There you go.
Yeah, so
it paid off.
Two of us got free $25 slot play, and the other got free bowling for 3 hours.
That's not bad.
So we basically went and did the bowling first, and then we hit up the slots.
Nice.
And I walked away with $50.
Well, then you came out ahead.
Yeah. And quit while you're ahead, too. That's the key. If you ever get into that situation, if you're ahead, stop, please.
Delta 2591, the wind 310 at 5, fly runway.
I enjoyed the bowling way more, though.
Yeah.
I haven't done any bowling since college.
Yeah, I bowl here and there sometimes, but man, I missed when I was a little kid and could just get away with bumpers. And just let that ball go back and forth in between the lane. The bumpers.
93 Minneapolis Tower, thanks. Wind 310 at 5, fly runway heading, runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading 30 left, clear for takeoff, Delta 2593.
It's a 321 off to Orlando. We'll see that depart here next. And on the north side is another 321 to Boston.
Been to Boston?
I love Boston. I got to go there for a conference several years ago. I definitely got some chowder. And
chowder.
Checked out some museums.
That's how they say it there.
That is true. I don't know how we say it in the Northwest. Yeah, I got to learn. So I think they just say chowder.
We just say, yeah, you betcha.
Yeah, you betcha. No, yeah. An oofta, pretty much.
That's how we say it, don't you know?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, yeah.
Now, there's a few years ago, A few years ago, I took a trip down to the Charlotte area.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
It was with a friend of mine. We went out to go ride some roller coasters at Carowinds.
Oh, did you ride Fury?
Yeah, twice.
Man, it seems like I just saw that whatever the 400-foot coaster was in
King Dakar in Jackson, New Jersey at Six Flags Great Adventure got tore down. The King is no more.
I know. And then they just closed another coaster in, what's the Six Flags in California? I'm drawing out the name. Great. Magic Mountain. So that might leave Top Thrill 2 as the last 400-foot coaster.
It is. It's the last strata coaster on the planet. Here is our 321 off to Orlando.
Yeah.
To Mickey Mouse Land.
Yep. Believe it or not, my first plane trip was to Orlando on a Northwest DC-10 when I was 1.5 years old. The year 2000.
Okay, yeah, my dad was gone by then, so
oh man,
it wouldn't have been him.
Yeah, yeah, my mom had to go for a conference, I think, and my parents just turned into a little Disney World vacation for me. The only thing I have from it is a pair of Mickey Mouse ears. Otherwise, I don't remember anything because I was too young. But, and that's a NetJets taking off right behind that 321.
There it is.
Off to Bozeman. Wow. Probably going on a ski trip.
So with the 30s being active so much here lately, I'm not getting much over my house, and when I do get anything, it's out of St. Paul.
It's the exact opposite for me since where I grew up is about a mile northwest of here at Diamond Lake. Neighborhood Minneapolis has been pretty busy. Being home.
Caught a lot of 350s departing your way, too, and you're just having a ball with that.
Oh, man, they growl really loudly by the time they're at my house, and usually they, on the Airbuses, they go from flex takeoff or toga down to climb power, so it's pretty dramatic. You can hear the throttle differences right about the time they get over my house.
I don't get that.
Who needs an alarm clock when you have an A350 XWB to wake you up in the morning?
Yeah, that was pretty growly. It woke me up going to that extra section of Seattle.
Because by the time I get them, when they go out off of the 12s, they're too high to get that effect. I hear them, but not like you do. Darn it.
Oh, man. It's really dramatic. It's pretty fun hearing it. You know, most of the times I don't hear the growl, but sometimes I do. And usually it's when they're not as high of a thrust setting.
Aviation LAA, one of our amazing MSP Airport Live members, says hello. Hey, how are you doing, buddy?
You see it, yep. Of course, the 747-400s were just loud and powerful. I mean, just lots of thrust and shaking the house.
Moving the pictures on the wall?
A little bit, yeah. Same with the C-130s.
They were noise and rumble generators.
Holy smokes. Man, you
Thomas,
know it was a
thank you so much
744
for
going
tuning
to
in.
Narita.
Thomas, we're doing pretty good today. Hope you're having a great Monday. Thanks for asking. Thanks for checking in.
That's right, Monday Fun Day.
Yeah,
Monday Madness out here at MSP Airport. I'm getting a workout.
What day of the week it is.
No, believe me too.
3004.
Here comes a 739 that just landed from Palm Springs. I got to go there for a cousin's wedding. That is a nice place. Yeah. Right as COVID was basically getting started in February 2020. Ooh, got there just in time.
Well, my mom and I were on a cruise when it first broke out in the news.
Oh, man. That's tough. I think I was finishing my undergrad degree, so I had to go remote for the rest of my senior year, sadly.
Yeah, because, of course, when it first broke out into the news, it was, closer to, being over the time frame of the Christmas New Year holiday. And
yeah,
we were totally fine. Of course, we all know what happened with the aviation and cruising industry.
Huge
among
hits.
everything else,
Mm-hmm.
when it all hit us. But yeah, we were on a cruise. We had a tradition of being on the board a Holland America ship for the holidays for 32 years. So, and it was the last year that we did together that it all happened. And then, of course, we all know what happened after that. And and then, unfortunately, I lost my mom in October of 20. It was not due to COVID, but just other age-related health issues. And
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh yeah, it was tough. So
no, I definitely have lost some grandparents the past few years too, not due to COVID, but just they got older and well into their 90s. So,
well, I lost my grandfather on my mom's side of the family, and I was relatively close to him. And COVID was not what brought him down either.
Yeah,
but he actually got stricken with late-stage pancreatic cancer, and that was just unbearable.
Oh yeah,
to watch him go down that road was very disheartening.
It's tough any time you see someone you love go down.
We had a lot of closure at the end, though, which brought a lot of peace and really consoled me towards the end because I was feeling pretty devastated by it, especially my mom, too. And
yeah, I know I was able to get some time off work to help hospice care my grandma here, and she was visiting with my parents, so that was really important to me.
Yeah, that's where my mom was when she passed at the end. And it certainly was not easy because when I went through everything I did not have any family around there with me because my family's all up here. So
we got Pencil landing right now.
On a much happier note.
Yeah. Pencil always makes everyone happy, right? Fort Myers.
What's the tail on it?
It's 591 November Whiskey.
Okay, that's my first salute for the day.
I was going to say I've flown this ship number, I believe, to Seattle and Honolulu as well from Seattle.
So I don't know if it was earlier this morning or late last night. I follow, was it Simple Flying on Facebook? They just recently put up an interesting article about the 75s and how much Northwest was into having them in the fleet. So
yeah.
So Alex, Thomas Greenlee is asking who is the co-host with you today, and he also has a comment about Holland America. So I'll have to answer the first one.
Well, I have two co-hosts today, Harrison and RJ.
So that's that answer, and also
it's not common that I'll get two co-hosts.
Yeah, I missed the last one, what was that, a week ago Saturday? Because I was getting in my last day of skiing down over at Afton. It was kind of a sad weekend. So I was going to try to get out here after a while, but I didn't make it because I went inside and hung out with a couple people I work with in the department that I'm in, and when I walked in, my jaw hit the floor because our rental department, one of our locations, is going to go through a major overhaul this summer. So all of the equipment, or almost all of the equipment, had been moved. And things were not where we are used to having them. And then I was back down a week ago yesterday, worked the closing shift, the very last shift of the season with one of our shift supervisors. It was just the two of us. So it'll be interesting to see what everything looks like come fall.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
So
the winds have also picked up a lot more too.
Yep. Doesn't look like we're trying 1.7 anymore. Thank goodness.
And also, Thomas, make the comment about Holland America and your family cruising with them. Well, my mom and I did it with them for 32 years over Christmas and New Year's, among other cruises in between. So I'm a 5-star Mariner and a Platinum Medallion holder.
Nice.
And at some point, hopefully I'll get back out to do one. But
awesome.
It definitely will not be the same without Mom.
Oh, yeah. Definitely Mom makes a difference. That's Mesa 6081 for United Express to Houston.
Air Shuttle 6081, turn left heading 260 and contact large, get it.
So Adam, yes, so the tail registration numbers, if they end in NW, or as we call them, November Whiskey out here, that is all former Northwest equipment. So when everything merged between the two airlines, the registration numbers stayed the same.
And RJ, you got some OG tail numbers too, right? Like Uniform Sierra? Those are my mom's favorites.
Yes, U.S.
My mom's like, it's got to have U.S. if that's her old school. Northwest's favorite tail numbers were the U.S. And it's harder to find a U.S. tail number now out there.
Yeah, there aren't as many of them.
Yeah, they're pulling some 75s and A320s. Those are last of the U.S. tail numbers, but there's a few of them still flying. But
longer the better.
Yeah.
Because at some point there won't be.
Yeah, there's only 10 75s with the U.S. tail numbers left. They retired 5 within the past year, which kind of makes me sad. They didn't get the new cabin refurbishments with the screens, but the rest of them did. They're the former ETOPS birds for Northwest. But, yeah, they're sending them still flying, so you'll see them in and out a few times with the Delta birds. And then, of course, the 320s. There's a few of them still circling around. One of the U.S. birds I flew on just got parked, too, so that makes me sad, too.
Yes, always.
Yeah. It's hard to find an original Northwest medal out there, but Droopy, though, there's a few of them left.
They should donate that aircraft that they just put into storage if they plan on retiring it to the Northwest Airlines History Center.
They definitely want a plane
at some
point. Yeah.
Who's that's pushed
the 350,
back?
I bet you.
They're towing.
I think they're towing it.
Yeah, they're just making some gate space available for it.
Yeah, there should be a 350 that landed as Delta 170. That usually goes out to Detroit in the same day. I've learned a little bit about the 350 pattern, so it's pretty complex. So hear me out. So the sole flight coming in goes out to Detroit, and then in the morning there's a 350 that comes in, the same night.
Super 4 Heavy is ready to tow.
Super 4 Heavy.
Yeah, they're towing.
Super 4 Heavy.
Super 4 Heavy.
Alpha
Yep.
Charlie, hold short of 30 left, Super 4 Heavy.
So, yeah, they get a 350 from Detroit within the same night, and then that usually, I think, goes to Tokyo, Haneda. Sorry. It's about to say Narita. I'm a little old school. And then you've got Delta 161 Heavy coming in, and that'll go out usually as Delta 170 to Seoul. Quick turnaround. And then, let's see, I think they have the Tokyo flight coming in and go now as the Amsterdam flight, too. So, pretty quick turnarounds for the 350s here.
Yeah, I'll say.
And they've run a little late a few times, which I was kind of wondering if they'd have some delay issues, because that's a short amount of time to turn around a plane that big.
Super 4 Heavy, monitor tower 26.7.
But yeah, we'll get you a shot of the Super 4 Heavy taking the 350, it looks like, to the hangar or another gate here.
Got an arrival to catch first for American Airlines.
Oh, yes. Can't forget about them. It's 3105 from Dallas. You can see the size difference between that 7.3 and the 350.
Jeez.
Even though the A350-900 is well off into the background, it still is an imposing aircraft when positioned next to the 737-800 that has just arrived on 30 left.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, Alex, those 350s are nice.
I have yet to get on one.
Yeah. That's my last trip seeing my grandma in Michigan was on one of those, and got a whole special place in my heart being my first 350
No way,
flight.
look at this.
You got a head-on shot there. Look at that.
And they stopped, too.
Look at that. You can look right into the trash panda's eyes, or the raccoon, whatever you want to call it, nicknames.
Clear 30 left and Mike, parking Echo 14.
That's the stare of serious Delta business.
It's like they know we're over here, so they're showing off.
Yep. I think we're waiting for another arrival.
Have a good one.
Let's see here. It's going to be
head on with Delta 502.
Another pencil.
Oh, yeah. Number 757.
Is that also Fort Myers? Did I read that right?
24 proceed, Delta Kilo.
Yeah, that's
another one.
Another Fort Myers pencil.
And
back
another
to back.
Good afternoon, company turning a 6-mile funnel.
Got a little DJ Khaled going on here.
A little bit.
This one's 592 November Whiskey.
Secretary 18, Minneapolis afternoon, traffic on the hold, runway 30 left, clear to land, the wind 31.
Was the other one 59 or 1 November Whiskey?
Yeah, back-to-back tail numbers.
I was going to say, like, wait a minute.
What are the odds?
59 or 1 and 59 or 2 November Whiskey.
It'd be funny as if they parked back-to-back. Looks like they're at the end of the F gate. 591 is.
Super Doug 4.
Well, the circle would be complete then if that were to come to fruition.
Cross 30 left, continue Charlie to the South Main Base, Super 4 heavy.
All right, looks like the tug's going to cross now.
Turn right when able, looks like Mike, join Alpha contact.
Get a little comparison shot for you, hopefully the pencil and the 350.
Well, they're past that now.
Mike Alpha cross from my 4 and just contact point
Still
9.
the A350
some traffic blocking your gate.
Well, the thing is, too, is my dad never
dwarfs
had the
a
chance to
lot
fly
of
an
aircraft here.
Oh, really? No way.
No.
I think I've flown on more Boeing than Airbus, but Airbus is getting close to Boeing for me right now in number of flights.
Well, I haven't flown in a year, so I don't fly that often. Well, there's a Gerald.
Gerald?
Gerald number 1. Gerald the first.
Super 4 heavy.
Yeah, it was right over there.
Oh, right over, yeah, in the holes that I'm looking
All right,
at.
yep, I tried a few times. Southwest 3757, push approved, 30 left.
Oh, I see it, I think.
30 left.
Yeah, they're all over. You know, Gerald the first, the second, the third, and so on.
Yep.
Delta 1026, ma'am, ground, all right, 30 left by Alpha.
Delta Spirit.
30 left by Alpha, Delta.
Where's the Spirit MSP Delta?
2019, 73's Alpha.
Well, it's right there. It's on the side of the A350.
Yeah. Yep, that's 3502 heading to the hangar there.
Do we have a Gerald sighting? Because I just heard that you guys saw Gerald.
RJ was able to see it. I wasn't able to see it.
I happened to be looking in the right spot at the right time.
Yeah. But hey, we got a Sun Country departure.
3876, turn left at Papa 8, join Papa to the gate.
Quit distracting us, Gerald.
Yeah, and for a change, we don't have a lineup and wait behind us over at T2 either. Must be time of the day or day of the week.
Yep. There's a lot of traffic at T2 earlier, but this is off to Nashville here, Sun Country 633.
No, during the time frame that my dad flew for Northwest for 31 years, it was either like the Boeing 727, I think the 707, the
nice.
McDonnell Douglas DC-10.
Old school.
He was one of the first trained to fly the 10 when Northwest started to get them, and then of course he kept moving on up, and the 74s, the Dash 1 and 200s.
Man.
He was done before the Dash 400s came out.
Wow.
So,
Delta 1026 is going to be making its way to 30 left here in just a couple minutes for departure.
Awesome. Yep.
So the 30 action continues here at MSP Airport with arrivals and departures.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when my mom was in FA in Northwest, so she's based in Minneapolis, and then I think Memphis and then Detroit were her other two bases. My dad worked as a grounds person pretty much, so underside.
All right.
The company flew him. Oh, we got to go to the plane.
Oh, I just saw Gerald again.
Oh, gotta be quick.
That's a distraction, yeah.
Dang it.
Yeah. We'll get back to stories here in a little bit. Let's go that Delta flight landing.
That looks like a Sun Country arrival.
Yeah, it does. I was going to say that don't look like Delta. St. Cloud, Minnesota? Am I reading that right? Yeah. Charter.
Charter. That's when you said St. Cloud, I thought, yep, that's a charter.
8010. Sorry, 8018. Very impressive.
Well, that wasn't very far.
That was on the air for a mere 22 minutes.
Oh, I'm surprised it was even that long.
Yeah.
I think when they... Oh, go ahead, Harrison.
Yeah, I think historically Masaba had a St. Cloud route with a Stop 340 or something. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but I think I saw at one point they did. Otherwise, I think Allegiant is primarily the only carrier out there. They do have a gate in the terminal. But don't plan on flying Minneapolis if you're out of St. Cloud. You got a few options.
Just make the drive if you're able.
Yep.
You can hop down to Big Lake and ride the North Star all the way into Minneapolis. Yeah, they're going to get rid of that.
Potentially, yeah. Or Amtrak, too, is another option. The Empire Builder stops there. My mom and I were going to try to take the Empire Builder from Everett all the way out to St. Paul later this summer.
Nice.
That'll be a nice trip.
Have you had the opportunity to ride the Borealis yet?
Not yet, but I'm glad they found some super lines for that train because the horizons are all...
they're all rusted out.
Yeah.
They're unusable.
Yep. I did get a chance to ride the Cascades up to Vancouver, BC. That is a beautiful train ride. You're right along the waters for a good chunk. Puget Sound's gorgeous. Here comes Delta 1026 to Hot Lane, I believe.
And at the moment, 17 has gone quiet.
Good. Tell you what, RJ, good luck finding a seat on those Atlanta flights. They are always busy and full. Going to the busiest airport.
I've been through Atlanta.
Yeah.
Because when I was down in the Tampa area with my mom, when we were going to go anywhere, a lot of times we had to go through there.
Yep. That's a tough airport sometimes. My dad always tells me, try to avoid it.
Probably a lot of connections as well. There's so much connecting traffic between the two airports, it's ridiculous. MSP is such a valuable hub for Delta when it comes to connections.
I never found it to be really all that bad. I mean, as long as you knew where you were going and just how to do it, you're fine. I mean, just go down underground and ride the plane train.
The 2390 map straight ahead downtown.
Or get a few
exactly
steps
what I
in
do.
and walk.
Or go plane spotting one of the gates.
Oh, I did that too the last time I went through there.
Yep.
Does the whole plane train thing get stuck in your head every single time you go there? Yeah.
Yeah, I hear that in my sleep sometimes.
That got stuck in my head after connecting through Atlanta just that one time, and I'm like, I don't know if it was just because I was just super in the moment, like, wow, I'm in Atlanta. I'm at the world's busiest airport. You know, as an aviation enthusiast, you know, that's like getting a slice of heaven.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I think they just reopened their flight museum, Delta.
Yeah.
I need to go there one of these
Yeah,
days.
you need to hit up the Delta
I have
Museum
not
down
been there yet. I've got at least one friend based there, so that's on my list.
Go check out the 74400 prototype.
Of course. My mom got to do a few trips on those, and I think she liked the 200 better. She didn't like being by herself in the upper deck when she had that. Gerald! Oh, I see it. Right? By he's on the move.
He's on the move.
He's behind the bush. Yep.
We need a Gerald cam, too.
Yeah,
There's so much that goes on here. We need more cameras.
Right, he's coming towards us. Get your camera, Alex. He's coming through the bushes.
He might be coming by kind of in front of us, but...
I see him right there, right in front of my finger.
He's down there somewhere.
Yeah. Anyone have any food to throw him?
Gerald, we know you're over there. Come on out.
No, I have no food, just water.
Oh.
I've seen people feed him things from popcorn to Noodles and Company. Okay, that might be my mom at the Noodles and Company.
Please do not feed wild animals. I don't care whether it's at a viewing area or at a park, but just don't do it. I don't care if you're just trying to do something on next door. Just do not feed wild animals.
Would not recommend, yeah.
No.
Okay, we got Southwest of St. Louis, 3941 taking off. Delta 1127 from Boston just landed the north side, too.
Ground, flight 4, up 3 check. 1127 Minneapolis ground. That actually it is on top of the gate crossing by 22.
Southwest 3941, turn left heading 260 and contact departure.
Heading 260 and going to departure, Southwest 3941.
Southwest 3757, Minneapolis, fly runway, heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Well, unfortunately, the folks going to St. Louis tonight aboard that Southwest jet, no more free bags.
Same goes for the Midway departure right behind it.
Has that kicked in with them?
I think so.
That has, yeah.
Bye-bye free bags and picking your seats. Wow.
Well, I know the seats is coming. I'm not sure what the time frame is on all of this. I have a good friend and her husband that just flew to Cabo, so and that's what they fly. And then they always seem to get picked on to get searched.
Oh, no.
I'm sure that's fun.
I get random time and time sometimes, you know.
But with them, it seems like it's all the time.
They the melt detector must love them. They go through.
Because I guess when you fly into Cabo, you have to, you know, bump a light or something.
Oh.
And if it goes off red, you get you get the extra screening on your. If you're green, you're fine. Yeah, it's a yearly trip that they take.
Gotcha, yeah.
Southwest 3757, turn left heading 260 and contact approach, take care.
There we go, we got some good sunshine now. Just after 6 p.m. Well in the daylight savings time. Which is good because that means we got a little bit more daylight for you guys to enjoy for the spotting.
Yeah, it's a good point because that means that our broadcasts are more than likely going to be just a little bit longer each time.
Mm-hmm.
5125 Minneapolis.
If we're doing a full show, if we're staying out here until sundown, which we typically do. So we'll be on the air for much more, folks, today. Still plenty more live plane spotting here from Minneapolis St. Paul International Airport.
Delta 2087, ma'am. I expect 3 to 5 minutes in the gate. One push behind you in the alley.
And RJ, we have a salute on final.
Oh, get the arm ready. What do we have? I'm not doing my usual with my flight radar.
Oh, we got DCA 319.
Ooh.
Delta 2983. All by Endeavor 5125 from Indianapolis. Then we got Why Not, My Not.
2691 Minneapolis.
Why not, my not?
Yep. Only people been in North Dakota. Guess I went to school up there for 4 years, Grand Forks side, but that's a saying they say.
That's 3 salutes for today.
Yeah.
I don't know, it was fun when I was driving out here. I didn't have quite as far to go today because of where I was coming from, but as you get closer to the airport, you drive before 94, Perch in the river. You know, I got buzzed by an arrival coming in on the north side, and then I tilted my head just a little bit to the left, and then there was another one coming on 30 left on final. It just get me there, hurry, quick.
Fly runway heading runway 30 left, clear for takeoff.
Of course, tomorrow it'll be different because then I'll be screaming, now it's my turn.
Yeah.
When you're getting out of here at the right time, it's not going to be very fun tomorrow. Expectedly, according to the forecast.
Yeah.
Probably going to be busy.
Yeah, I'm fully aware of the forecast tomorrow evening and into Wednesday.
Yep, just plan for some de-icing and maybe a lot of people still with spring break this week. Pack your patience, folks, if you're flying out of MSP this week. Here comes an American Embraer.
Delta 2983, ready to right turn, come back now to your gate. Make a right turn on Quebec, Delta 2983.
Haven't been on one of those either.
Did you know they found that plane from the Brickyard, by the way? By that I mean the call sign.
Republic.
Yeah, I try to make a little joke there. 4691 to O'Hare.
Departure Brickyard 4691.
There it is, that Brickyard call sign for Republic Airways.
Yep, heading back to the Brickyard territory. They got a big base in Chicago.
Have you actually been to Indianapolis and to the Speedway there?
You know, I have family in Indianapolis. I got to go, unfortunately, for our uncle's memorial. I got an uncle that lived there. I didn't fly. We ended up doing the drive there, but I think I did. Yeah, I did drive around. I had to see the Speedway for myself.
It's so big. I mean, we did a road trip with our Dutch friends a few years ago, and we made a stop in Indy for a couple of nights, and that's what we did the day we got there was go to the Speedway Museum. So we actually, of course, went under the one tunnel under between turns 1 and 2 in order to get to it, and it's just like, holy cow.
Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah.
Same at Daytona too. I've seen both. They're
there
big.
was some practicing going on the road course.
Mm-hmm. Whoa. Heads up, we got Icelandair going to be making an arrival pretty shortly.
Oh, sweet.
Join Papa to the gate, just monitor ground point.
Not safe tonight. Will be the equipment assignment. We'll see the MAX 9 be used more heavily throughout the summer, but the 757s that we had the pleasure of spotting last year, there are no more. They're out of the fleet, actually, the 757-300s. Icelandair's not flying them anymore. And the 757-200, nope, they're elsewhere across the system.
I was going to say, they try using the MAX 8 out to see how that's like pushing its range.
Yeah,
otherwise, I think we'll go back to 7.5. Yeah.
So those liveries that they had are gone on a couple of them.
Yeah, I suppose the World Cup one, I think the TFISX had the World Cup, the red stripe. I think that's still operating for a charter or something in the Middle East or something. Luckily, they're still in service. They didn't get like park for good. They're flying for somebody else.
If you guys want to check on Icelandair, let's see where Icy's at here in relation to MSP Airport. We're going to get to a couple of your comments now. Hey, thank you for tuning in. David, that's the one that I meant to bring up, that comment there. David says, hi, Alex. Well, hey, David, how are you? So, Mike Aviation, thank you for tuning in again to our show. Mike Aviation says, hey, MSP Airport Live. Do you know when Turkish Airlines will have their first flight to MSP? That's a good question. Thank you for chiming in with that. We still don't know. We are now upon April, the supposed April launch date or May. They said, Turkish said that it was either going to be April or May. I don't even think it's going to be April or May. It may even be June, July, August, maybe not even this year. Because when they announced that they were going to go to Denver, hey, we're going to come this month of this year, and then it turned out that, 1 year later, that they actually showed up with their inaugural service.
Hey, Alex.
So maybe they were a little optimistic in their timing. We'll just have to keep our eyes peeled and see when on the schedule Turkish is posted.
If they announce tomorrow, are you going to take it seriously? April Fool's Day?
Well, considering the Condor rebranding announcement that happened on April Fool's in 2024, 2023 actually. I remember when Condor came out with that announcement.
Yep, and that was no April Fool's joke. It's real.
No, because everyone thought it was an April Fool's joke.
And oh boy.
Oh, that was cruel. That was cruel timing, that it actually wasn't an April Fool's joke. No. That was the way it's going to be. And you know what, to be honest with you, the beach towel livery is not as bad as I initially thought it was going to turn out. I mean, it's way different seeing it in person than it is on a computer screen or a phone screen, what have you. But no matter how it turned out, it was a genius marketing move by Condor.
Yeah. And nicely there, it looks like it's going to be a north side arrival, but we'll try to get you a taxi shot. This is Sun Country from...
Where's it from, Harrison?
Phoenix. This time, Sky Harbor.
Turn left at Delta or Charlie, taxi to the gate, just monitor ground point 9 is go.
Delta to the gate, monitor point 9, Sun Country 604.
604. Oh, and the Cougars is taxiing for the north side right now, too. I know.
Nice.
Just means that Alex has to reach his camera a little bit more.
That's fine. We've got the range. We'll see it depart. Just keep an eye on it, Harrison, so when they're on that roll, My camera lens is pointed over in that general vicinity.
Yep, and actually, you know what? I see Iceland Air over the water tower right now.
Yep, I see them too. They're about to touch down on the north side.
Yep. TFH, I'm calling it ICH. Both how T or I.
I've got an itch to see Iceland Air. Well, I think that's been scratched now that we saw them coming in on the north side there on 30 right.
Yeah, I think so too. Trying with the puns here.
Pun day, fun day.
2434 Minneapolis, start runway 0 right, line up and wait. No traffic on your phone.
Okay, looks like they told them line up and wait. So we'll get you Horizon and Horizon's Washington State livery.
That's our departure back out to Portland. They arrived from PDX, and they will launch back the other way to the Pacific Northwest, back to PDX, where they originated from. And that's our Washington State University Go Cougs special livery. They have one for the University of Washington. I'll bet you, Harrison, you know way more about this than I do, but
yeah, they got
that
Oregon
in-state
one.
rivalry. That in-state rivalry between Washington University and WSU Washington State's pretty significant. As any in-state rivalry would, but especially up in that corner of the United States.
Yeah, they got the Apple Bowl for football. I think they play every year. That's their big rivalry right there.
Yeah.
They got an Oregon plane too, I believe. The Ducks.
Whoa, they got an Oregon one now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure they do. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure they repainted all. There's a few other schools I'm missing out there.
Do you think they'll do one for Oregon State?
There's a good chance, I betcha, that they do one. They try to replicate all of their Q400 liveries on the Embraers, so
they might be following along with just that convention.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
So we're just waiting for Iceland there, and there goes the Cougars. I see them taking off on the north side.
South 27, runway 30 left, next by Delta Alpha.
30 left, get Delta Alpha, Delta.
Delta 1878 Minneapolis, runway 30 left, clear land, then wind 270 at 5. 30 left, clear land. 914, roll to runway 22, please, for the right turn once again.
The family with all those kids. I just realized it got awful quiet behind me. I could even hear them on the stream before I got here.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of people here today. It's good to see people take advantage of the good weather.
Bravo to Fox 8, will monitor ground Delta 914.
So there goes the Cougars, and then 321 that just landed was from Los Angeles again, Delta 914. And then there's Iceland there in the foreground. Come by.
Yeah, we got to swing over and grab it here. Here's Icy from Reykjavik with a MAX 8.
All right, between the two of you, I know this has come up in past streams. Either one of you been to Reykjavik?
No.
I got you both on that
got
one.
Me, yeah. I have not been to Europe ever, but I've been to Japan.
Okay, well, you got me on that one.
Okay, we'll pass behind.
I've been to Europe a number of times, but I've never been across the Pacific.
Gotcha. Just once for me. I was on a choir trip when I was an undergrad.
American 2802, Minneapolis.
I wish we flew Delta over, but since Grand Forks is close to Canada, we flew Air Canada out. Still good a trip. On one of their old 767-300 ERs.
Delta 1870, Minneapolis, runway 30 left, clear land, wind 260 at 3. 30 left, clear land, Delta 1878.
Let's see, a few more arrivals for you. You've got Delta 1878 from Cancun with the 321.
Oh, it's going to be a little bit of a cooler climate here.
Yeah, I was going to say we're going to start losing the sun a little bit more. Oh, yeah, for the Cancuners, yep. And then, well, then for Fargo, it might be just slightly warmer for Endeavor. 4933. Oh, I had a Delta friend just text me. Hello, Zach. He's got a buddy on flying Delta 2163 from Fort Lauderdale if we happen to catch him landing.
All right.
We will keep our eyes out.
We'll have to do that. Thanks for the heads up.
Yes. Thank you, Zach, for the heads up.
So what's their arrival?
We stand by. Just going to send them a confirmation. Let's see here. Delta 2163. is 321. 333 Delta X-ray. And about 12 minutes.
Oh, so they're
he's
pretty close.
Yep.
All right, we'll let you keep track of that, Harrison. Aviation by the mile, thank you so much for the super chat. According to Aviation by the Mile, Turkish Airlines plans to fly to MSP in May.
We'll see.
Have they posted an announcement yet? Because unless if the airline posts the announcement or comes out with an official statement on an exact date and time, I'm very skeptical of that information.
I got a song for that.
The Jeopardy song.
Jeopardy.
Be careful. I don't want to get into any copyright
That's
problems here on YouTube.
Yep. I just...
No, I appreciate that.
What's Fred's...
Carlos Garcia says, good afternoon, evening from ABQ on Albuquerque. Good evening to you. Hope your Monday is going okay.
We'll get another departure soon. Actually, we got a Northsider to Wichita, Kansas, Endeavor 4843 with ex-Masaba CRJ 900.
Robert Gillespie asks, hey Alex, why doesn't Delta have a retro Northwest Airlines livery? I think Harrison would be, I'm going to punt the football to Harrison to kind of answer that question, because Delta, they don't really do a lot of retro liveries at all.
They don't, and I think just honestly you see their company try to keep a consistent image of themselves across the board, and that seems to be the argument I hear the most. Now, it's our 100th year anniversary, so luckily we got a couple mild special liveries. I say mild because you see most of the Delta, livery, but you just see some cool kind of shading with the colors a little bit. But my dream would be to see a red tail lurking around somewhere on like an Airbus or something. As I'm sure RJ's dream would be.
I would sleep like a baby.
Yeah. That was
all the time.
I saw a lot of those tails growing up, and all I have are just model airplanes to look at to remind myself of the airline that used to be here, pretty much.
Yeah, me too. I have models that I think some of them came from my uncle. Of course, then my mom and I acquired some, and some of them were moved to Florida and back.
Yeah.
So I've got them out.
When I was a little kid going to preschool at Fraser, Hub Hobby was right across the street. So we'd start there.
I've been going to that hobby store for years.
I was going to say, I don't think my
aviation-related
things, I don't think my parents would get me out of that store unless we bought something. So that's why I started buying model airplanes from pretty much.
I was the same way, Harrison. I was the same way. My parents could never drag me out of that store.
I got like over 100 models. No big deal.
Unless you had something to take home with you, right?
Yeah. Like trains, planes, automobiles, you name it.
For me, it was the trains.
Yeah. Definitely HO scales. My models there. And then I think I have an OTH scale Santa Fe set. Now we got a 220-300 on the row for San Jose, California here.
Sky 3791, maps ground, push approve your choice, 30 right or left.
So there goes that 220, and then we got a lot of CRJs coming in right now.
Have we had any mosquitoes today?
We had the Metroliner, if that counts, and then
that's a mosquito.
And then the Beechcraft 99. Oh, a couple.
But you know that the mosquito is the state bird of Minnesota?
It feels like that sometimes.
That's the official state bird of Minnesota. It's the mosquito.
Oh, man. There's Endeavor.
It's not actually the state bird of Minnesota, but that's a running joke up here among Minnesotans.
Yeah, the Minnesota state bird is actually the loon.
Yep. Woo, woo. Try and make a loon sound there. Let's see. We got a few CRJs coming in. Let's see. Endeavor 4805 from Omaha. 3723 SkyWest from Madison. 4858 from Rapid City.
Denver 4805.
And then we got a couple salutes for RJ here. 320 from Geg, Spokane. And a pencil from Atlanta, 590 November Whiskey.
Did I just hear you call it Geg?
I like saying Geg, but that's an airport. That's an airport marking. So
it is. GEG is the airport code for Spokane, Washington. But that's the first time I've heard. That's fun.
Yeah, I call it Geg, just because I fly over a lot.
437 with me for the visual.
And there were a few times we flew from here to SeaTac with a stop in Spokane.
Yep. That's one of my backup airports if I can't go direct if it's full. I haven't had to do that yet. Portland's my primary.
Have you done any spotting out there? That's the other question that I have.
Yeah, occasionally I go up to Payne Field and you'll see, 777s being tested. I haven't caught an X yet. I need to do that. The Dreamlifter is one of my favorites. Constantly coming in and out for parts to Charleston and Wichita.
We'll call you back when we're ready to go.
And then, at Payne Field, Horizon and Alaska fly out there too. That's the closest airport to me. SeaTac, I haven't spent as much time at, but at work I can see them fly in constantly, so I always feel like I'm plane spotting when I'm at work sometimes.
Well, that's cool. Your office is sort of nearby.
Yeah. And, we're close to the Kenmore Air Harbor, too, so we get constant seaplane action, and occasionally we get helicopters, too. Medical helicopters, sheriff helicopters, you name it. There's always action. That's a good place to see aviation action, is Seattle area.
Do you get close-up views like this?
Not work, not that close. But Payne Field has a nice embankment you can stand across. Or if you go to the Future Flight Museum, they have a rooftop you can spot from. And you can bring your cameras there. I've never seen them actually grill out, but they have like barbecue stuff up there. I'd love to see them do that one of these times.
You're making me hungry, dude.
I know. It's ready for dinner soon.
Well, I mean, it is dinner time around our neck of the woods here.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a nice museum, and they are offering tours of the Boeing hangars. If you want a tour there, they did bring that back from COVID, so
nice.
You go on a tour bus, and then they let you walk up and down a little bit. When I first did it, there were still 747s on the production line, which never to be seen again now, unfortunately.
So I've been to the Museum of Flight.
Yeah, that's a good museum, too.
We did that after the last time we cruised Alaska.
Nice. Oh, Norfolk, Virginia, 5511 Endeavor. That's an intriguing CRJ route.
It's one of the more unusual ones that I've heard.
Yeah. They do offer that, though. Something I knew always was going to Norfolk out here. And I believe we got that 320 and 75. Unfortunately, the 75 is going on the north side, but we'll get the 320 on this side.
Well, keep me posted because I'm letting you handle the flight radar arrivals and departures information today.
Yeah, of course.
So,
it's Delta 2437 and then 2981. So a couple of Northwest sisters working together at their home airport. And then 2163 from Fort Lauderdale is right behind the Geg. And then Escanaba.
Give way to the Geg.
Give way to the Geg. While you're at it, how about Keg? Man. And then Escanaba, Michigan on the north side, too, right behind the Pencil.
What's about to touch down on the north parallel? I see something coming.
The Pencil is right there.
Okay, that's the
Geg.
Pencil. All right.
Yep. This is Geg rolling out right now. And then Zach's friend here on the 2163 from Fort Lauderdale will be the next arrival on the south side.
3675, 30 right, line up and wait.
So hopefully they roll along so we can get a good wave or something then. I'm guessing they didn't pre-plan anything.
2002 wind 2906, fly runway heading.
Alex, you've had pilots wave to you, right, while you're streaming?
Once in a blue moon, yes.
That's always fun when you get a wave.
Charlie, Quebec, Delta 2437.
Well, I'll be zoomed in up on the flight deck there if they roll past. Looking for a wave.
All right.
So is this them next in line for
Yeah,
arrival?
that'll be them
Okay.
with the 321 coming in. Is that pencil still rolling on the north side? Yep, I see it turning off there.
Yes, I see them. They're just turning off the runway now.
Gee, so how many pencils do we have here? At least like 2 or 3 now. This feels like the 2000s a little bit. We just need more 200s and less 737s.
Sorry, 1 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Charlie Alpha, nose to nose is turn out the next intersection.
Got an American departure here.
And as they rotate, we see another one about coming in over the river.
Runway 30 right.
Off to Charlotte. All right. Let's go back to that Fort Lauderdale arrival.
American 2002, turn off heading 260, contact departure. So,
Left 260 over to departure, American 2802.
1 runway 30 right, taxi by a pop-up behind the CRJ near your tail.
We're keeping you busy up there, aren't we, Alex?
He is a human tripod for us right now.
My pleasure.
All right, there they are coming in. Embraer on the north side.
3675, contact
Off to
departure.
Pasco, Washington, funny enough.
Time to roll long. You know you want to do it.
Yeah.
Runway 4, please. Where you guys?
I don't think they're going to do it.
4 and Gulf 22. 2163, runway 4 and alpha to the gate, monitor 0.9. We'll see you guys.
Yeah, they want them on floor.
4972, Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final, wind 2904, and 30 left, clear line.
All right. We're waving. Good landing. It's pretty good headwind still from the 300 at 8 or 9 knots.
What's our wind heading at right now, Harrison?
Stand by for one moment. Based on that one sock, I'd say 310.
I can't see the program screen, what we're sending to air. I can only see the viewfinder of the camera that I am showing you the action through right now.
Yeah, dead on 300 at 7.
Oh, that's right down the pipe.
Yes,
right down the pipe.
So that information at the moment is currently correct.
Perfect. That's what I got.
2278, push approved, 30 right.
All right, who's next?
Endeavor 5063.
Oh, Santa Ana, 22100, Delta 2081 on the south side.
We got a baby whale.
Yeah, and then CRJ on the north side going to Richmond, Virginia after Norfolk. Endeavor 5530 followed by Oklahoma City, Skywest 3791. And a Des Moines, I think, is going to come on our side.
There's that A22100 out revving 30 left.
Yes.
30 left via Alpha behind the 75, Delta 2246.
Delta 2163 behind the 321, leaving Golf 18, please. Delta 2163 behind the 321, leaving 18. Endeavor 5063, I'll call your turn. Actually, just say Papa Charlie Alpha. You will say Papa Charlie Alpha.
2081.
It's got 3791.
So we had a viewer asking about why the 75s are nicknamed the Flying Pencil, and thanks to another viewer, they got their question answered.
Alex, I think we got a viewer visiting us here, right here in person.
Oh, it's my friend Nick Lee.
Nick? Oh, very cool. Awesome.
Our friend Nick is back. We have a lot of friends here at MSP.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I've known Nick for a long time. I thought it was. I thought your Volkswagen was rolling through here into the viewing area, and he's nodding. Yeah, that was mine.
Yep. You see his sweatshirt he's repping? He's got the 100 years.
Yeah, he does. Right, we'll let you step in here. If you want to make some room here, it's a full house, I know, here at our broadcast booth.
Sorry, I missed that.
21 short of Charlie 6, off runway 4.
Alright, runway 4, short of Charlie 6, Delta 2081.
All right, I'm going to get out of the way here. So there you go. There's Nick's 100-year Delta hoodie.
Yep.
Where'd you get that?
CES, and it's Delta exclusive.
Oh, so you actually went to the CES convention to go get that?
Yes. Yeah, the Delta, they invited me and a few friends out to their event for CES.
How was CES?
It was worth going out to, but CES itself, the best event was the Delta event.
So where did they hold the Delta event at CES?
In the Sphere.
Oh, the Sphere, not the convention center where everything else is. Okay. Wow.
That's impressive.
Yes, it was impressive, and they had a lot of different things going on, and it basically, even though it was one giant ad for Delta, it was still worth it.
It was one giant ad for Delta.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, nobody, I don't care if you're Delta or if you're Microsoft or any corporation at that event, you are going to take advantage of every opportunity to advertise the heck out of your business at that event.
Mm-hmm.
And they were also giving away.
But they did it in a really cool way too. They had this virtual sim thing that they did inside the Sphere that was really cool.
Yes.
You were a part of that. Talk about what that was like. What was your initial reaction when you stepped into the Sphere?
So when I first stepped into the Sphere, there was a giant Delta logo on the stage and everything, and then right before Ed Bastian got on stage, there was a 350 charging at you on the stage, and then the engines turned down and everything. I actually got some video of it too. So.
Oh wow.
Yep. And overall, there was a lot of stuff going on for Delta through that whole event, but it was worth going to, and it was worth checking it out. And I'm glad that I was able to get into that event because it was completely sold out for the tickets. There was hour-plus long lines.
Do you know how many tickets were available for that event?
You had to have a CES tickets first to be able to go to it, so you weren't able to actually go to it unless you had CES tickets, which is a industry-only event. But basically with CES, with Delta, there was, I think, 15,000 to 18,000 people there, including Delta's employees.
Whoa.
And overall, it was a good event to go to. They even gave out some Delta One tickets to the crowd. I think like 6 to 10 people won Delta One tickets with the bracelet that they were wearing.
Wait, what?
Yes.
No way. Here's Delta 2467 from Boise, Idaho, 320. And RJ salute.
runway 4 or Mike, ground point 9.
It will take Mike, ground point 9, Delta 2467.
Now, normally we'd have another departure around this time, or maybe a little bit earlier with a 330-900, but that is not the case anymore. Harrison, do you know why?
Well, you know what? You might beat me to it here. I was going to say we're looking for a Delta 10 Heavy, and that's been, I believe, rescheduled to late at night. Just like the old days. Now we're
it's an
looking
11 p.m. departure out of here.
Well,
that's
may
how
not
late
be
it is.
able-
Almost midnight.
May not be able to get any sleep when I hear over here. Actually, that's a pretty quiet wide body, so it doesn't have as much of a rumble. When I heard Delta 164 last night, I was crawled in bed. It was pretty loud. It buzzed over the house.
Well, 350s usually are a little bit louder, especially the 1000 variants.
Yeah, they got a lot of buzz. Heard a couple over my house yesterday, and they usually spool down right around the time they're flying by my house. They go from Flex or Toga to climb power.
Yep.
And it's pretty loud.
Well, I used to be underneath the active flight path myself.
Yeah, it's pretty cool that they at times how perfectly as they're passing over. Looks like the 330's heading to the hangar. We got another Airbus behind.
This is a departure
to Vegas.
Speaking of Vegas, I'm actually going to be on that flight in a few days. I'm going out to Vegas.
Woo!
But not that specific one, the morning flight.
Yes, got on the ones with the seats open, right?
Yeah, I prefer to do an early morning flight, especially when I'm going out to Vegas. And then Las Vegas is always fun to go out to, but I'm going out there for another trade show.
Sweet. That'll be fun. Nevada is a state I've never been to, and still have yet to visit at some point.
It's worth going there at least once, but there's not too much to do in Nevada other than basically going there for trade shows and then going to the different places that they have in Nevada.
That's how I figured.
Yeah, there's not really much other than going to different shows and different things in Vegas, but that's really about it.
You're going to hit the slots while you're out there?
Probably not. I'm not. I don't really gamble myself, but the last time I was in Vegas, I did put some money in the slots and got $100, so it paid for dinner. So I'm not complaining.
I'll say.
Yes, I did.
Yeah.
Oh, we got a 717 landing. I don't think we've seen a 717 yet today.
Off your right, Charlie 6 into the alley.
Right behind the
Yep, Delta 2029 from St. Louis.
Delta 2467, you're following the C series to your right into the alleyway, cross runway 22.
We have a couple more departures coming up too, both north side and south side.
Yeah, 1237, you go all the way to runway, change the tower 267, there'll be
Let's
nobody
see,
behind
inbound
you.
next, CRJ from Pittsburgh, Endeavor 4931, and a 319 Delta 605 from Mexico City.
Alpha to the gate, super heavy.
And then some more regional traffic. We got a lot of departures though. I see San Diego, Des Moines on the south side, as well as Chicago, O'Hare on the north side. We got a Hibbing arrival, and then Minot, Winnipeg, Missoula, Montana, Calgary, DCA, Dallas, Santa Ana,
down to Charlie,
just to name a few.
Behind you, down to Charlie, and then left on Papa, ground point 9.
So you got a lot of action upcoming, folks.
Yep. Getting to the evening rush. Is at 3:30 is doing the shuffle.
Wind 300 at 8.
Yep.
Heading 230.
Well, the 330s are nice aircraft to be on. I've actually been on all of Delta's fleet, so
Nice.
they've all been a very good aircraft.
Yeah. I've been on a few of the 300s, and then I actually just flew on my first Neo. I happened to get on the extra section out of Seattle, Minneapolis. It was a canceled Tokyo flight, and they had to stop in Seattle for new crew. They were timing out. It canceled to here, so they had to pick up new crew, and they were accepting standby, so I got on.
Okay, yeah, it's always fun doing the standby game. I've done it myself a few times.
Mm-hmm. And luckily, originally I was going to be in premium select, but the red called the last second. Like, hey, are you here? So I was like, yep. And she's like, I got a Delta 1 seat up front, and she's like, just pick any one. There's multiple open.
Okay.
So I was like, I'm running as a little kid, trying to get a seat, window seat. I got one.
It's a CRJ, we'll let it pass.
Des Moines, yeah.
Well, it's always fun flying D1, especially whenever you get a chance to. I actually might be able to go on the D1 seat in a few weeks when I'm out in Detroit.
Oh, that'll be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tried the hard pack at least, and it wasn't maybe marketed as a full Delta 1 flight, but still they catered the flight, which I was pretty impressed with because it was a 9800 flight, and wasn't sure. They had about 100 people on it still coming from Japan.
Well, they usually still cater it and everything, but my favorite thing about going on the 330s after the Japanese flights is that you get the Japanese Coca-Cola.
Oh, yeah, they do. When I did the Detroit 350, they had
that stuff
Korean.
smacks. That's my favorite. Out of all the Cokes that you brought back from your worldwide travels that I've had the chance to try, Japanese Coke is the clear winner in my book. I love Japanese Coca-Cola.
Well, I'll be able to try another Coca-Cola within later on in the year when I bring back some from Australia.
Ooh, nice. I'm pretty sure I saw an FA
loading up on the Tim Tams too as well.
Yes, I'm going to be getting a few cases of those. Yep.
Yeah,
like you did the last time.
Yes.
I saw some leftover Korean noodles on my 350 Detroit. And from so the FA was giving them out to her friends. They were deadheading pretty much.
Yeah, well, with the foreign Coca-Colas, they're always a lot better than the U.S.
That doesn't surprise me. Better ingredients, I'm guessing. Less
yes, no high fructose corn syrup.
Yeah, no, none of that stuff. There's a 319 from Mexico City. It just landed, and then the Embraer on the north side is heading somewhere regional. Let's find it here. That was... Why not? Why not? Why not? Why not?
Well, the Embraers, if you're flying up front and first, they feel like a private jet. It's always fun flying on those.
Yeah,
I like them better than CRJs.
Yeah, the Embraers, I only got to get on 2 out of like the dozens of CRJs I flew on when I was going to school in Grand Forks. It was either a 200, 900, maybe 700 for me.
Yeah, got some de-icing equipment that has found its way over to the 12 right de-ice pad adjacent to MSP Tower.
There you go.
Well, with the de-icing, Alex, it's probably only going to be for about another month and a half of that equipment being out for the year because we're almost nearing the end of winter.
Let's hope that the snow stops at some point.
Yeah, hopefully it does, but I know that we're getting some snow later this week, so we're getting. I don't know how much snow, but
pretty light from what I saw from the weather side of things.
Well, hey, we got 2 inches yesterday, and then look, it's all gone today. So
that's very impressive. When you get the wet snow, it melts really fast.
It does melt really fast.
It's a huge difference.
Those flakes yesterday, when they were cascading down from the clouds above, they were humongous.
Yeah, they're big flakes. And that is a good heart attack snow if you have a whole bunch of it all at once.
But
what causes big flakes versus small flakes?
It's the amount of moisture in the air. That's what causes it.
Moisture, the collision coalescence process of the flakes, the raindrops, hydrometers all crashing into each other pretty much. And then, yeah, like you said, moisture too. That'll juice them up a little bit.
Oh, and speaking of moisture, Alex, this year's been one of the years that we've gotten less snow than other years. It's more like last winter that I'd say more than anything else.
It's just been way more cold than I remember. Of course, the winter of 2023-2024 was significantly warmer.
Yeah. Hey, Alex, I don't know if you see that contrail above, but got cargo 76 passing overhead.
3005 without delay, please. Flighting 300, we're in 30 right.
That is
we got it.
Amerijet International from Chicago Rockford to Anchorage, 767-300.
Look at that.
Cargo.
Yeah, there's a lot of cargo flights in and out of O'Hare usually, and the other Chicago airports as well.
Yeah. Rockford's a big cargo hub.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. That was Delta 2145, the San Diego.
That's one of the places I've never actually been in California, San Diego. I'd like to go out there at some point.
I'd love to at some point. I got family in Long Beach. One of these days I'll make the drop down.
Well, speaking of California, I'm actually going to be out there in a few weeks, so I'll get some more footage for you, Alex, from Los Angeles Airport for you.
Appreciate it.
That Airbus on the north side is heading to Calgary, Delta 2485. Says, oh yeah, our Canada, eh?
Oh yeah.
We got a BizJet arrival here on 30 left.
Chair 487, turn left to Whiskey 7, taxi Whiskey 6, monitor 0.9.
Yeah, that's going to be another, it's AirShare from Scottsdale, Arizona with the Challenger 300.
4071 down to
That would be a good idea.
If
we could raise enough money, we could charter our own jet out to LA and back.
Oh, man. Ooh, that's a lot of money.
There have been people that have put the money down on chartering a jet, and it actually wasn't quite as bad of a cost as you might expect. Of course, it was still rather expensive, but you'd be surprised how much you could charter a jet for.
Oh, yeah. Quite a bit.
And speaking of charter jets, that's what a lot of the Minnesota sports teams they use. Most of them use Delta as their charter jets to go to and from the different places. Like, for example, when the Wild has to go up to Canada to go play some Canadian hockey teams.
Mm-hmm.
Or when the Vikings has to go to Detroit or any other place here in the States, they use Delta as their primary carrier. Same thing with the Minnesota Twins. Have either of you guys been on the charter jet for either one of those teams before?
No, not at all.
I've actually been on it before. It's a rather interesting 757 charter plane. It's got a weird configuration to the seats, but it's still really interesting to see.
Yeah, I think it's 76 seats, something like that.
It's somewhere like that, but I have never seen that much space on plane seats before, other than Delta One seats, and then also there's actual tables in front of you as well.
Nice.
On the plane.
Mm-hmm. You know what's interesting? The Packers actually use that over a wide body for their charter, and I find that intriguing. Because you see most of the NFL teams on wide bodies, but that's the one case they're actually on, a good old 7.5. Maybe, it works better for the players.
Well, the Green Bay Packers, they have to take not one but two charter jets when they're going out of town for away games.
Yeah.
They take a 737 900ER and then a 757 200 VIP config.
Nice.
And Papa and the gate
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely have seen a transition more to that setup, and it seems to work for them. I'm guessing the players get the charter plane and everyone else is in the...
That's what I'm thinking.
I'm kind of curious, yeah.
Well, it depends on the team specifically because I know that with the Vikings at least, when they go to London, they take two
Here's United
Virgin
off
Atlantic.
to O'Hare, guys.
Yeah. Thank you, Alex. But yeah, we were chatting about the Vikings and going to England.
Yeah, so
Virgin Atlantic.
Yeah, I wonder how it works out for the players and the team because they have on both of those wide-body aircraft. You have so many business class seats. Who sits in the business and who sits in premium economy and economy? That's what I'm really wondering.
I'm kind of curious about that too. Where does KOC sit, and where does I guess it'll be JJ now.
But I will say this: Virgin Atlantic's products are very nice. I've flown them on their 350 1000 from JFK to London Heathrow.
Upper class, man.
Yes,
upper class.
I was in upper class on that one, and it was totally worth it. It was 120,000 sky miles one way per person, which that is a really good deal.
Yeah. That does sound like a good deal.
Yeah, because now it's over $250,000 a piece for that. Unless if you do a round trip, then you can find deals for at least a $250 round trip. But it varies on the route and how many miles it is. But usually, if you have any of the Delta Amex cards, then you get 15% off all the Delta redemptions. But that doesn't include partner flights.
Perfect. So that Sun Country that just landed came from Cancun, and then there's a 220 on the north side from Vancouver, BC. It just landed, and then also Winnipeg. So get a little bit Canadian.
Yeah, we do get a lot of Canadian flights in and out of here, but I would say that it is always fun to go up to Canada and especially get the Canadian goods that they have up in Canada, like the Coca-Cola, and then also their Frito-Lay products are really good as well. I know Alex has tried them before because I brought them, and I'm actually going to be going and getting some more in May.
Yeah, I was going to say, I did a...
Hungry and you're thirsty.
Yep.
RJ just said to Nick, you're hungry and you're thirsty.
Yeah.
For some Canadian groceries.
Yes, I do have a tendency to go up to Canada every once in a while to get groceries, which I did earlier in the month.
Oh, man. I was going to say Vancouver, BC is not far from where I work from. It's a close drive, and I went up there for the first time recently. It's nice up there.
Yeah, well, I drove up to Thunder Bay, and I went and got some groceries while I was up there. It was worth the drive up there.
What places did you go stop at? Where'd you hit?
I stopped at A&W, Walmart, and then the Real Canadian Superstore as well, which is a very similar version of Costco and Walmart that's combined into one. They don't necessarily sell in bulk, but it still is a rather interesting store to visit.
Funny enough, I walked by Costco in downtown Vancouver, and it was really, really busy there. So.
Yeah, Costco's in Canada, they are really busy, but the only downside is that they don't take Visa up there. They only have MasterCard.
Really? Oh, wow.
Yeah,
I'm out of luck then.
It varies. It varies Costco by Costco because I've been to Costco's in different countries. I've been in the one in Australia, been to the one in Japan, been to the one in Canada. Some of them accept Visa, some of them accept MasterCard, some of them accept both. Like the ones in Australia, they accept both. And some of the European ones possibly even accept Amex.
Oh, yeah. There's a north side departure of Fargo down to 739. That's Bison Express pretty much.
We just had a 17 departure go up behind us, too.
Oh, wow.
So now we're starting that back up again.
Oh, no.
1101, make a right turn, Alpha to the gate. Good day.
Alpha to the gate, thanks.
Keep our eye out.
1101.
It's just been crazy. This mixed flow has turned more into a flex flow, if anything.
Yep.
Flexible traffic flow. Very fluid today.
Yeah.
But, however, the variable that has remained constant has been 30 left, 30 right, parallel hops for arrivals and departures today.
Awesome. Alex, I'm probably going to have to sign off here soon, but we'll get a couple more departures here. I might pass the mic over to RJ here. Oh, Nick's showing, wow, look at your stash of Canadian goods there. You got A&W, you got the
Canadian Dry, Doritos, Miss Vicky's potato chips, and then one of my favorite Canadian beverages, Fruitopia. We don't have that here anymore in the States. It was a Coca-Cola product that we had here, but they don't make it here anymore.
Wow. Very cool, yeah.
Yeah, there's still a market for that up there.
Yes, there is, and that's something that the next time I go to Canada, I'm going to be buying some syrup and bringing that back here so I can make it here, so I don't have to go up to Canada to do that.
I haven't tried Fruitopia yet, so
I do have some that I can try, Alex, since I have the pre-made stuff in jugs from Walmart.
Awesome.
It's made with real fruit juice, so there's no crap in it, like high fructose corn syrup.
Oh, nice.
Oh, that's good. Alex, we got a break in the action. This might be a good time for me sign off here for the broadcast. It's been a pleasure working for you guys here this afternoon. And
I mean, Harrison, what a surprise. Thank you for showing up. It's just great to hear from you and see you again, and looking forward to doing more spotting with you here at MSP Airport Live and just, you know, in person.
Yeah, absolutely.
All the way around. I mean, hey, thank you for coming on. Thank you for sharing some amazing stories and some very wonderful insight into the world of aviation.
Absolutely, always here to help if you need anything. I'm on the spotters group too, so you can find me there, posting my pictures.
Nice. There's always an open seat for you. There's always going to be a mic available for you. So hey, good to see you, buddy. Hey, have a great night, okay?
Absolutely, and you guys take care here too, and enjoy the rest of the evening action.
All right.
Yep.
See you later, Harrison.
Take care.
2272 Minneapolis ground, push approved runway 17.
Always love having Harrison on. The last time that we had Harrison on our show was back in May of 2024, so it's almost been a full calendar year since we've had Harrison join our show. Knows so much about the inner workings of Delta and being a part of that inner circle with his family, and just so much history that he shared with us, just with his family background in aviation with Northwest Airlines and with Delta. Also a personal friend too, fellow aviation enthusiast, weather enthusiast as well. He's a meteorologist.
Delta, Bravo,
love the insight that he brings.
We all bring different angles of the addiction we have to aviation.
The next level of our plane spotting addiction, broadcasting live plane spotting. We've got another arrival here on 30 left, RJ.
Yeah, I'm going to take over that.
That's Allegiant. Bringing their bright and cheerful color scheme into Minneapolis tonight.
With an A47 Minneapolis ground, push approved for 30.
With an A320.
From Punta Gorda.
Stand by 1 second. Allegiant 847, Texas Charlie, Charlie 2, monitor .9.
Have you flown on Allegiant before, RJ?
No, I have not. And of course, down where I was, they were flying in and out over where we were all the time because they were going out in and out of PIE, St. Pete, Clearwater.
2218 Minneapolis Tower, wind 3005 and 30 left, settle in.
Clear land on 30 left, Delta 2218.
And who had the question?
And that airport is located on the west side of Tampa Bay, almost like due west of Tampa International.
Plus or minus, so we got till 9 to get you out of here, so yeah, it should be good to go.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I'm pretty bored. I usually just go back and forth.
So you got the whole gang here today, Alex. What did you do to us?
I don't know. I just showed up here and you guys all showed out and here to partake in some wonderful plane spotting here today, but also give me a hand too. I appreciate you guys.
Oh yeah, well it's like I said earlier, I wasn't able to get myself out here the last stream because I wanted to get in one last day skiing at Afton, and I won't do any of that there until next season. So
don't feel bad that you missed a broadcast. There's going to be plenty more.
Yeah, that's what I told myself, and I was telling someone.
Go enjoy that last day at Afton. You deserve it.
And I did, because become very loyal, and there's wonderful people that work there, and no matter what department we're all in, because there's quite a few other departments besides the one that I'm in. So, and I know I mentioned earlier when I walked in to visit the two people that were working the last shift of that day, and I saw what everything looked like, and it was like, oh my. So we're going to have a new workspace to go back to in the fall, so it's going to be interesting to see how it turns out. And of course, I'm not the only one that is heading out west, if people haven't already. We have one person in our department that's made 3 trips out there this season.
Got an Embraer holding short of runway 30 left for United Express. The Evo blue colors.
Says 2931 Minneapolis ground, push it for runway 17.
Oh, it's a salute time.
757.
From Phoenix.
Says 2272, runway 17, taxi via Quebec, Mike, cross runway 4.
584 November Whiskey.
Charlie, cross 30 left, join Whiskey and cross runway 4. You're going to give way to that Embraer there on Mike once you come across.
Cross 30 left on Charlie and cross 4 on Whiskey. We'll give way to the Embraer, Delta 1037.
Super 6 map start, Charlie, cross 30 left, continue Charlie, control point 11, monitor point 9.
Cross Charlie, control point 11, monitor point 9.
Brickyard 3681 at Mike, cross 30 left, join Whiskey. The bus on the other side follows you.
Okay, cross 30 left, join Whiskey on the other side, Brickyard 3681.
American 3105, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross 30 left, join Whiskey and cross runway 4.
Cross 30 left at Charlie, then join the Whiskey and cross runway 4, American 3105.
Tech point 9.
Cross runway 4, host rudder, runway 30 left.
So we are going to get Delta Flight 1037 go by us.
On runway 4
to Lauderdale.
Currently in view.
So 17 is back open again.
Oh, brother.
And the United Express going by in front of us as well as 3681. They are headed to Newark.
Set 2272, monitor tower on 126.7.
And taking up the rear, we've got another American outbound departure with a 737-800.
Dallas, Fort Worth. American Flight 3105.
Got 3847 maps, sorry, got set up you.
You guys see that?
Wind 3104, flighting 300.
They got some speed tape or something on the front of the aircraft,
wind 3204, turn right
where the nose cone joins with the rest of the fuselage. It's like a reflective tape. It's kind of neat. And no, that is not duct tape.
Same sort of thing if you're watching the NASCAR races. If they get a little banged up, and that's what they're putting on the cars to send them back out on the track. Same thing, same idea.
I was gonna say I used to get platinum back in the day with Cedar Fair because we would go to Cedar Point sometimes because I had grandparents in Michigan.
Kind of miss not seeing Delta 10 Heavy depart during our stream because typically we'd get 3 Delta Heavy departures. That's now dwindled down to 2, but here's the big trade-off. We get the 350-900 to AMS on 160 Heavy instead of the 330.
Sweet.
And we trade the Delta Heavy departure, Delta 10, with the arrival, Delta 9 instead.
1037, runway 17, line up and away.
Win some, lose some, huh?
Mike, cross 30 up, join Whiskey, and if you're familiar, once you get down
I think that's a net positive, though, too, because we see the arrival side of the London flights during the evening, not the departure. Because in the past, and since the service was reinaugurated back in 2022,
your push is approved for runway 17.
the arrival had always been around the lunchtime period, around midday hours. Now we get to see that arrival much later in the afternoon. We also get the arrival of Delta 165 Heavy from Amsterdam as well, in addition to that.
Yeah, Brickyard 3681 now, you can cut departure. Brickyard 3681 over departure.
And the United A320 and then a Delta A220 making their way over here.
So the United A320 is headed to Denver. It's United Flight 2272.
That's where you're going to be off to tomorrow, but not on United.
No.
Maybe runway 17.
Have you flown on United before?
Yes, because some of the trips that Mom and I took to Europe involving our cruises were on United. We were packaging everything with the cruise line. So we would fly pretty much on whatever they would put us on. So yes, I have flown United, but it's been, of course, quite a few years. I've flown on British Airways, SAS, and Lufthansa as well.
That's just the last one you're transmission. You have to cancel your push for something. Flight 385, I believe you can start your push now. Push approved, runway 17. Minneapolis now, push approved, runway 17.
This is Delta 2107, Santa Ana is their destination. And all of a sudden, runway 17 has become quite busy again. Yeah, we kind of reached a point where we were able to go to Europe through Atlanta on Delta, and when that kind of kicked in, we never ended up on anybody else.
17 pad, and then let Delta 220 pass, and you can join Whiskey behind them.
The sun is starting to set, and it will do so behind the FedEx cargo terminal. Here's a wide-angle view of the aircraft viewing area. There's quite a few more people out here enjoying the evening atmosphere, much more than there was earlier in the day. And the winds have also become more variable too, which explains the mixed flow. Now we're going to stick around for a little while longer, as we might be able to, depending on daylight available, catch Icelandair departing for Reykjavik.
2107, wind 3404, fly runway heading for now, runway 17, cleared for takeoff.
Yes, they've got a 7:30 departure, local time.
3786, tower, wind calm, 30 right, clear to land.
So roughly give or take about
2931 at Mike, cross,
15
30 left,
minutes, and they're behind us, so
at Mike, cross 30 left, and join
we'll be able to
Delta
tell.
2931. Do we still have
I'm
the
just turning around and looking over at T2.
Off time?
Unfortunately, we can get you rolling about 27. So if you're familiar, once you're down there, taxi whiskey, and then slide left in the 17 pad. Then I'll call you back there in a little bit.
Okay, on whiskey, slide left into the 17 pad, that's 2931.
At 2272, about 4 minutes, and we'll be rolling.
Got another Delta departure headed this way, taxiing on Mike. And it will join taxiway whiskey here after it completes the turn.
Destination Denver.
Speaking of which, here's your seat for tomorrow's outbound flight. Should book main cabin first, Comfort Plus.
Comfort Plus. I ended up being able to bump up the seat.
Where you need the 170 pad.
2931, Abram, next left turn.
Of course, I got upgraded. I got bumped up to one when I went out last year because I got into a conversation with one of the gate agents.
All right, left on Yankee, pull into the pad.
Because, of course, I have my thing about always wanting to stand at the window if the aircraft is not at the gate when I get there. Make sure they come in right on the line. And then I got to talking with them, and they said, how are you, like, okay with your seat? And I mentioned what it was, and she pulled me up in the system there at the podium, and she said, how would you like an upgrade? And I said, well, as long as I have a window seat. So
I would have said the same thing.
Yes. So it was.
I would have said the same thing.
Yeah, it was on the right side, not the left, but I said, okay. I took the window upgrade.
There's a look at the skyline of downtown Minneapolis on the horizon in the distance. Now our Icelandair 737 MAX 8, it's going to be a little bit before they depart. Gate still attached from my view. Are they on time tonight? That's the big question I have.
Well, when I was just checking, it appears that they will be. They're listed with a 7:30 departure, and that's the same as the estimated time.
Yeah, we'll get them. There's going to be enough available daylight to get Icelandair departing, which is sweet.
Pull-up clock. Delta 2385, runway 17, taxi via Quebec. Mike, cross runway 4, hold shorter runway 30 left. So 2297, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
United 2272, wind 3404, fly runway heading for now, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
And plan 30 left.
So folks, we're going to stick around and catch Icelandair depart off of either runway 30 left, which they need to depart off 30 left, and sometimes they go north side on 30 right.
2385, wait for the Embraer to pass off your right.
Yeah, Icelandair, they will not be headed to 17 tonight for departure. So, RJ, I don't know about you folks. I don't know where you're at with this, but I think that will be our finale for our final broadcast in March for live plane spotting at MSP Live. What do you think?
Yep. I think you've got it hit right on the head of the nail. Because, yeah, our days are getting longer, but, of course, once the sun starts to get down and starts to get dark,
2122 Minneapolis Tower Alpha.
You know, we don't get to see the airport like we do when it's daylight, but
we can't stay out here like it's the summer, but we're getting pretty close.
yeah, we're getting there. Every day it gets stays light a little bit later.
I am also considering the prospect of starting sooner, and here's why. We have, I think, one heavy departure and one more heavy arrival that takes place in the 2 o'clock hour, and it really started to ramp up at around 2:30-ish.
On Whiskey Cross 22, Delta 21.
And I typically like to start at around 3 p.m. Central Standard Time for our full show, but that may change to instead be a 2 p.m. Central Standard Time start, just because we have Delta 171 Heavy
2272, turn right heading 230.
departing earlier in the afternoon instead of a morning departure now. That got switched over from a morning departure to an early PM departure instead. We've also got Delta 163 Heavy, which typically arrives during the 2 o'clock hour as well. And I'll tell you what, RJ, I'm really liking this new Delta schedule, this new regimen that we've been seeing here with international outbound departures and inbound arrivals.
Your sequence will be a company 321. You'll see them off the right in about a minute. Behind them, join Whiskey to 17.
Company 321, join Whiskey to 17, Delta 2131.
Somebody's having a smoky startup over there. It's a 757.
That would be coming from Delta 2297 headed to Phoenix. And then we have someone about to pass by in front of us. It's going to be Delta 2122 to LAX.
The 756 runway 30 right, taxi to Papa.
Right, taxi to Papa.
Delta 2385, monitor tower on 126.7.
.2 left turn, 22 if you need it, taxi Papa, monitor 0.9.
Ground up 1366, right, change taxi to Victor.
Delta 1366, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold shorter runway 30 left.
17, Charlie 5 Charlie, hold shorter 30 left.
Making its way over here on taxiway Mike off in the distance, we've got a glimpse of Delta 2385 off to Tampa. It's with a 737.
So of course,
it's a 900 ER variant.
Yeah, I wouldn't have remembered what the flight number is, but it's about the same time as I think there was at least maybe 1 or 2 times. I was up visiting my family before I moved back, and this was the flight I went back on, around the same time frame.
Delta 2297, taxi.
This is Sun Country.
Let's turn Charlie if you got it.
528 with the Tide Pod livery from Cozumel.
About a 2122, wind calm for now. Fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
520 Charlie, Hotel 5.
5 Minneapolis Tower at Mike.
That was
cross
about a
30
4-hour
left, join
flight.
Whiskey.
By cross 30 left, join Whiskey, Delta 23.
Out of 1366 Minneapolis Tower at Charlie, cross 30 left, join Whiskey, and cross runway 4.
30 left, cross at Charlie, join Whiskey, and cross runway 4 Whiskey, Delta.
Got another 757-300 on the move.
Going to be headed to Fort Myers. It's going to be Delta 1366, registration
2931, runway 17, line up
582
and away.
November Whiskey. My guess is they're going to be headed to a 17 departure, so they're going to go right by in front of us.
I think our Phoenix flight will as well.
Because 657, go ahead.
Hey, do you have any delays for us going into the desert?
We are working on that now. You do have the edict time, which you probably know about 00 to 38, but we're calling to see if we can go within that edict time or if there's a different time. That was 4266, Minneapolis ground, runway 30 right, taxi up Papa, going behind the RJ. 5657, you're plus or minus 5 with that time. So you can go 5 prior or 5 after.
Ground Sun Country 520. Can we go from Charlie 1 here?
Can we call her horsepower too?
Charlie 1. Delta 2368 right there.
Looks like our Phoenix flight is off to 30 left for departure. They need a little extra real estate to get airborne tonight. So we'll have a 757-300 departure off 30 left here in just a minute. It's a nice little bonus as we wait for Iceland Air. That's where we're going to end the show tonight.
That was 5821 Minneapolis down. Taxi via Delta to the gate. Good night.
.756, wind calm, flighting 300, running 30 right, clear for takeoff.
The gate has been pulled back from Iceland Air's 656 off to Reykjavik with the MAX 8.
Out of 2385, wind calm, turn right heading 180, runway 17.
We've also got, in addition to Iceland Air departing, it's our 757-300 to Phoenix.
Minneapolis Tower traffic.
So our 757, we'll see that before Iceland Air, and then the end of our show tonight.
And this arrival is Delta 1810 from Cozumel.
Rolling down to Mike as well.
One of our earlier Sun Country arrivals also from the same spot.
1810, just clear 30 left, we're going to Gulf 9.
1810 Minneapolis down. Taxi via Alpha, but hold short of Alpha 5 for now.
Alpha, short of Alpha 5, Delta
266, wind calm, fly runway heading for now, 30 right, clear for takeoff.
1810 traffic knows the nose is going to hold for the runway at Alpha 5. So behind them, continue your taxi.
230, contact departure, thanks for the wait.
151 Minneapolis ground, push approved for 30 right.
Room for 30 right, Delta Mile 51.
Right there, 656 Minneapolis ground, push approved, 30 left.
297 Minneapolis Tower, you're all set, traffic 4 mile final, 30 left, line up and wait.
Runway 30 left, Delta departure next.
Bus 1366, wind calm, turn right
This is
heading
Delta
180, runway 17.
1817, just arriving from Puerto Vallarta, Mexico.
67 Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
3 hour and 45-minute flight.
17, right turn, Mike, and ground point 9.
Oh, how about this, Alex? I was tracking my friend and her husband as they went to Cabo, and what flight landed right ahead of them? They were on Southwest out of Austin, but a non-stop flight out of here.
Oh, fun.
Yeah, they went the same way as they did last year, and I think most of the time that they've gone down there, they have such an early departure on Southwest out of Tampa, and they connect in like Houston or Austin or wherever, and they still get into Cabo at a pretty decent hour where they can still have a pretty full day on arrival. And when we did this last year,
did you say you were going to golf?
Here
we go. Here's our 757-300 off to Phoenix Sky Harbor.
To be continued.
Yeah, Alpha, cross runway 4, Delta 1817. Contact departure.
2297, thanks, have a good day.
You too. Delta 1366, contact departure. See you.
Iceland Air currently pushing back.
Yeah, and they're on flight radar. Their AIS is on.
2819 Minneapolis Tower, wind calm, and 30 right, clear to land.
We got Bemidji Aviation coming in.
1024, we got time all the way down to Mike and Tango with me. Delta 2268, opposite directions, waiting at Alpha 5, cross, runway 30 left, right turn whiskey for some more.
Cross 30 right, correction led Alpha 5, joined whiskey, Delta 22.
And yeah, as I was sharing, but we had to pause for our 7.5 departure. It was really funny last year when my friend and her husband went to Cabo, and the same day I left from here to go to Denver because they had arrived and we were swapping pictures involving their arrival into Cabo and my seat picture from on the aircraft leaving from here. So they had already arrived to Cabo by early afternoon here, local time, before I even left. Because they got a much earlier start
3730 Minneapolis
to their
Tower,
flying
wind
to
calm,
get to
and
where
30
they're
left, clear to
going.
land.
They're going to come right by here on taxiway Mike.
Going 268 on whiskey, cross runway 4.
Whiskey, cross runway 4, Delta 2268.
So were they originally scheduled to come in here? My flight radar is saying that they have diverted here.
Might be a glitch.
Yeah. Oh, red tail alert, Alex. We got one coming. There she is. It's headed to Fort Myers.
Another 757-300.
2268. November 591 Northwest. I have to say Northwest.
All the 757-300s in Delta's fleet were built for Northwest and were delivered to the Minnesota-based airline while it was still in existence. And in 2008, Delta inherited the entire roster of aircraft from Northwest, which included these
757 runway 17 taxi via
757-300s.
hold short of runway 30 left.
All right, 17 Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short 30 left, Delta 29.
Second?
There we go.
1024.
The horsepower.
The Pratt & Whitney PW 2000. How will propel this aircraft to the Floridian Peninsula tonight, making its way over to 17 for departure.
And I know, as I've shared this before, for those that have never flown on one, you definitely feel it when they go throttle up when you start to roll. You feel yourself be pushed back into your seat. I kid you not.
70 Whiskey, cross runway 4, and I'll pick up.
They're Delta's little rockets.
The 2967, monitor tower on 126.7.
26.7, Delta 2967.
Ground Roger 656.
And the continuation of the days from Donald Nyrop when he would not put GE engines on Northwest airplanes.
Delta, hold short of Whiskey for now.
He said if he was going to buy a GE, it was going to be a toaster.
Yep, and that's a true comment. That's no joke.
Northwest did not trust GE with their engine choice. They wanted dependable engines instead from Pratt & Whitney. All right, Iceland Air 656 is on the move.
18, left turn Mike, ground point 9, good night.
It'll be interesting to see if they go north side or on the south parallel tonight.
Line up away, runway 17, Delta 2668.
This is 2819, map is ground taxi via Papa Cross, runway 4. Share 487, no delay through Charlie, please. Traffic off the left on Delta waits for you.
Through Charlie, Air Share 47.
Share 47, thank you. You can go over to tower now on 123.67.
367, Air Share 47.
Wind calm, turn right heading 180, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
This arrival is Delta Connection, operated by SkyWest, flight 3730 from Sioux Falls, an Embraer 175.
Air 47, thanks.
It's about a 40-minute flight.
Scout 3730, turn right at Delta and contact point 9. See ya.
Right at Delta, ground point 9, SkyWest 3730, good night.
Share 47, unable reset transponder 3641.
Perfect.
0, contact departure, good night. 2967, Minneapolis Tower, Charlie, cross current 30 left, join Whiskey, cross runway 4.
At Charlie, cross 30 left, join Whiskey, cross 4, Delta 2967.
So 2151 left.
Got a BizJet departure.
2151.
On its way over to 17, taxiway Whiskey right now. It's a Bombardier Challenger 300 for AirShare, a charter that is
2268, contact departure.
back out to Scottsdale.
Okay, so that's where they came in from.
All right, here we go. Iceland Air taking the right-hand turn on taxiway Whiskey out to 30 left for departure. Yes.
Another salute, Alex. We're gonna get Delta 2967 go by us here, headed to 17 for their departure at former Northwest A320, registration 364 Northwest, headed to Dallas.
2151, contact departure.
So I got my salutes out of the way.
That might be the last one for the night.
Yeah. And if that's the case, the next one I will do would be if I see one while I'm out here waiting for my flight departure tomorrow, or when I fly back on one.
Yeah.
I see 656 map. Sorry, you got set up again. I see 656, wind calm, turn right, heading 360, runway 30 left, click takeoff.
All right, so they've been given takeoff clearance before reaching the threshold of runway 30 left. We might get a turn and burn.
Yeah, I was just checking. There's no one coming in on final at the moment that's close enough to have to cause them to have to do a lineup and wait. So.
Yep. So they are past the threshold now. They're lining up with the runway, and here they go off to Reykjavik. Iceland Air 656.
Target East, Delta 1925, 8 out, visual 30 left. Delta 1925, maps target evening, wind calm, and 30 left, clear land. Clear land 30 left, Delta 1925.
All right, here they come.
Minneapolis Star, good evening, wind calm, 30 right, clear line. 56, contact departure, see you.
Departure 2575, 656.
This is 2773, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
So as we send out our Reykjavik flight on Iceland Air, Joe, thank you so much for the $9.99 super chat.
Hey!
Saying thanks for doing MSP a great service with the live stream. Only 2 weeks to go until runway construction begins.
2967, turn right, heading 230, contact departure.
And then we also have had someone inquire how, from Adam Drawbach. I apologize if I didn't pronounce it correctly. How did they change the logo to the aircraft from Northwest to Delta? Well, basically you pull an airplane from service and you repaint it with the new paint scheme from Delta, but minus the change of the registration number.
Yep, you strip the old paint off and you put the new coat of paint on.
Darn it.
I know, right? That was actually a pretty sad day when Northwest was no more around here because it had been a huge institution here in the Twin Cities for so many years.
Yeah, that's for sure. I know I wasn't living up here at the time, but it is what it is.
Yeah, this is Go Around Joe, by the way, everybody, just so you know, one of our amazing, outstanding MSP Airport controllers. Thank you so much, Joe, for that super chat. Joe says, thanks for doing MSP great service with the live stream. Anytime, anytime. Only 2 weeks to go until that runway construction begins. Yeah, and just to reiterate what you said, Joe, there, it's going to be 2 weeks until we get that runway construction commencing out here within view of the viewing area and on the south parallel. It should make for some very intriguing spotting opportunities.
So, Joe, if you're still watching, what do you think the ops are going to be tomorrow early afternoon for my departure? If you post it, that's great. If not, well, it is what it is when I head out tomorrow.
I would just say enjoy it regardless, but you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, you know, Dad's runway means a lot, so... as long as it's this airport, I know that's priority one. My dad's runway, even better.
Return runway 4 and ground point 9 Delta 1925.
And looking at the forecast, I think I'll be fortunate to head out before the fun of the weather comes in tomorrow. So another day of a wet snow. And what were you doing on Friday?
What was I doing on Friday?
When we had the nice weather. I mean, it was like almost 70 degrees, if not a little warmer. And all of a sudden, you know I did a hike at Afton State Park, just, you know, seeing what the snow melt at Afton looked like, and went into Afton to a famous known little ice cream shop. And while I was sitting there outside, I said, you know, I think I'm feeling the temperature starting to drop, just like as they forecasted. Yeah. And, you know, we had like about a 30-degree drop in temperature from, you know, Friday, you know, late afternoon, overnight. And then, of course, the rain, the sleet, you know, there was snow on the ground here this morning when we got
There
up.
was.
Just enough.
I mean, it's all gone now, but yeah, there was snow. I was a little concerned, too, on Saturday night into Sunday that we were going to get all that freezing rain. There's just going to be ice everywhere. And probably in certain parts of the metro or even the state, they got some icy road conditions. But good to know that that's going to hopefully be on the down low for a little while.
Yeah, it's supposed to be another...
I'm done with that. I'm sick of that.
Yeah, I'm ready for some warmer weather.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all? And we're also ready for more daylight, too. I think that's the other important thing to point out, you know, with the warmer weather ahead of us, not in the coming days, but in the coming weeks when things really start to ramp up towards the summer, those daylight hours get longer.
Oh, yeah.
And we're out here for longer. We're out here for longer doing even better shows, I would say, because of the traffic variety.
Oh, yeah, because I know when I've been helping with past streams, you know, I think I probably mentioned, yeah, we still have some daylight until after 10 o'clock at night during the longest days of the summer here.
Yeah.
So, and we're past sunset now, I think, right?
Yeah, I think we might be a little past sunset.
Yeah, we can't see it completely because we've got the FedEx building behind us. But I'm glad I got out here today because...
yeah, I mean, it's been a pleasure having you on the show, co-hosting, and it was really fun getting to have Harrison on, too. What'd you think of Harrison?
Oh, wealth of knowledge. I mean,
isn't he a hoot?
We all have our different connections to aviation in general. In some cases, you know, this airport in particular.
Yeah.
So, you know, we all have a different angle of aviation to share.
That we do. What was your favorite moment of today's spotting adventure, just to kind of wrap up here before we say goodbye?
Oh, geez, all the flying pencils today.
All the 757s.
Anything with an NW tail.
For me, it was the KC-46 Pegasus. That was not on my bingo card.
I missed that, but I was trying to kind of watch and listen in on the stream, except for during my dentist appointment. And yeah, I did pass. I don't have to go back for anything.
Well, that's good. That's good.
Because that's been kind of my gnawing challenge in my life. Is a lot of issues there, but not today.
That's good. That's good.
And it helps kind of brighten me back up because I know we have a group chat, you know, for the channel, and I shared with everybody yesterday. I was a little sad because I had a text message from one of my neighbors from down in Florida that they had lost their golden retriever Dexter, and we were inseparable. He was a true Velcro dog, and he would lay out in their yard and just be aimed across the street towards where my mom and I were. And there were days where I went to the front door and I would turn the lock so hard, you know, he would hear it. And, you know, if he had his head laying down on the ground, it raised up real quick, and he was focused towards us across the street. And I would go over and sit with him, and I'd sit down on the ground, and he wouldn't even let me get all the way down on the ground before he was practically on top of me.
Wow.
So he was a
The 1835
true
Minneapolis ground clear, gate again.
normal golden retriever.
The 1835.
So,
Roger.
yeah, they
Taxi
lost.
Super sad to hear
Hotel
that.
and
Yeah.
Alpha across runway 4.
Definitely.
Agent 929,
So-
Minneapolis ground, push approved,
And
runway
hopefully I'll sleep a
17.
little better tonight. I didn't last night, and that was
38,
probably
86
why.
Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 30 right.
So I'll go out and
2309
get in
Minneapolis
some
ground, push
end of
approved, runway
season
17.
skiing. I've got time to allow to do it up to 6 days. Whether I do all 6, we'll see. But
26, 27,
go out and enjoy.
All right, I'll tell you what my favorite spotting moment from today was that KC-46. Just to reiterate, those back-to-back 767 departures, I don't think that I've seen that here, especially in a long time. That, for me, was the memory that stood out.
Yeah. Of course, as I said, I missed it because I was watching the stream as it started. Then I had to go do my appointment. This was supposed to have been last week. So,
yeah, I had a lot of things on my personal schedule that I had to take care of on Friday. If I didn't have that, there would have been a show. But, hey, there's an opportunity that arose here on Monday, and why not, right? And I think that it was a very good choice to come out here and do a show, especially on a day like today, and especially what we were able to catch.
Yep.
Operations all over the place, and, you know, this is MSP spotting at its best, and we really hope that you enjoyed our show today. And, well, that'll just about do it for RJ Bean. I'm Alex Redding. We'll see you in the next edition of MSP Airport Live, coming up around the corner as we turn the page to April pretty soon. Actually, tomorrow will be April Fools, so we can't wait to be back out here to start the month of April pretty soon. We'll be back hopefully next week with the show for all of you.
And I'll be back after I'm back.
Awesome. Well, till then, blue skies and tailwinds, everybody. Have a great night.
At Mike cross 30 left, John Whiskey, down 27.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom, where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.